tonight, tonight, tonight. I don't wanna go. You wanna go? Lose a track of time. For a while. You say from heaven, only hold on tight. I won't pick up your love, baby. Let's just stay. Let's die. Yeah, supposed to leave the time. You're next to me, gonna be alright. It'll be, it'll be. Ride with me, anything goes. It'll be, it'll be, Ride with me, anything goes. Ride with me, ride with me, baby. Maybe, maybe we don't. Well, maybe we won't. It'll be, it'll be, it'll be. Ride with me, ride with me, where this thing goes. It'll be, it'll be, it'll be, it'll be, it'll be. And to be, yeah, and to be. Perfect. Kiss me one more time. If I tried, you and me, babe, this moment, like where I wanna be. Everybody's talking about heaven like they just can't wait to go. So good, so beautiful, right next to me. I don't know how, I don't know how heaven, in this angel into this world, like right, love you, girl. Everybody's talking about heaven like they just can't wait to go. It's gonna be so good, so beautiful. I like you, in bed with you. I don't know how heaven can be better than this. Better than this. Everybody's talking about heaven like they just can't wait to go. Oh, wanna be so good, so beautiful. Right next to him. I don't know how heaven will be better than this. Oh, heaven's really big. Yo, what's up, everybody? You go like this. Here, we're gonna go like this. Drop this crap. Excuse me. Nothing on you. Eyes. There's northern lights. There's nothing on you. I'm the one. I'm on the radio. Oh, so sweet. How do you try? Northern lights. Nothing on you. I'm looking your eyes. I'm under your skin. Away. Look tonight. Northern lights. Nothing on you. Oh, oh, baby. Northern lights. Look in your eyes. Better than the man on the blue. Look tonight. Northern lights. I'm nothing on you. Tonight. bar. Ha 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 ha. Come on, let's go. Whee! Come here, bitch. Ha 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 ha. I always win. How do you like that for size? Yeah, that's how we do it. No, no, galero. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? The middle. Get closer, hold me close. Come over, go. Oh, baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? Middle. Oh, hi, Tia. Just a little. Just meet me in the middle. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? Just a little. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? God damn, that was hard. I'm taking my kisses and holding me back. Good. Maybe I sing, holding me back. Holding me back. Nothing holding me back. Alright. Alright. On my side. Alright. Alright. Holding you back. Holding you back. Holding you back. Holding me back. goes down. Universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. Spell on me, spell on me. Well on me, spell on me. Well on me, well on me. No one else can be you and me. Lights down low, maybe by the hand. A little time. Making glad you came. 'Cause I'm lost. Never be the same. You came. Glad you came. Down low, if you by the hand, and you begin to a little time. Glad you keep goes down, down. All our dreams, universe will never be the same. Glad you came, glad you came. Glad you glad you came. Hello, Joji. What's up, Joji? Okay. On Friday. In love. And thanks for that. Glad. How's Georgie? Oh shit, that's fiber. Whoops. Thanks for that. that. Yeah, you drink for that. Let's drink for that. Glass. Everywhere. Drink for that. Let's drink for that. Yeah, there's a drink for that. Yeah, there's a drink for that. There's a drink for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. What a dumb commercial. Sensation. Sensation, sensation, sensation. Trees aren't even growing back here yet. At like 12 minutes, 13 minutes, no 12, soon 12. Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? Oh, fucking shark. Did you see that? Shark almost killed me. Motherfucker wanna have me for lunch. Come here, Sharky. Come on, big boy, over here. Yoo-hoo. Over here, mister. Oh. Goddamn truck wanted a piece of this motherfucker. They're like, hell, that looks good. I want that for supper. Come here, little boy. I'm saying, fuck you, leave me alone. I'm on a little dinosaur. I'm a human being. I ain't no goddamn water tame. That shark about wanted me for dinner. Yes, it did. It wanted some of this ass. Ah! Shit. Close the door. Ah, there's a fish! He don't hurt. Hi, fishy. Hello, fishy. You look like a dolphin. Watch out before I hit you. I don't want to hurt you. Some people and they pay in poly. They pay in poly. Dude, I think that you didn't catch on to what I was trying to say, but okay. That's alright. Bum 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 bum. Who wants to listen to a documentary? I can play a documentary. A documentary. Alright, give me 1 sec. I will put on a documentary. Just bear with me for a sec here. I'm gonna try a couple things. 1 sec. That's a lot of goddamn stone. Dun 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 dun. See if I get double stone. No, it's just okay. You know, let's go, boy. We got work to do. Oops, hang on. Okay. Anyway, let me know when you're ready for the documentary. Ah, 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 ah.
got some age on them. They look making brand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, your point has been proven. I don't think so. I'll make a deal with you. If you can get Cody from the HOA board to call me or come to my house and apologize, then I'll back away. Well, you know, that's one thing that I can't promise you I can do. All right, so to give you guys a quick rundown of this video, we were filming another video because we're not all about HOA drama. We actually do build class cars. And we were in the middle of doing that. I get a call from my list, and that was where this video started off. Send me his number, I'll call him, but you don't have to send him a lease. He has no authority? Yeah, he has no authority. That's straight from my attorney. And the lease is between me and you, not him. He has nothing to do with it. Who, like, why would they call her and say, you need to send me a copy of it?
A neighbor just called his landlord and was like, I want you to send me a copy of this lease right now.
Yeah. It's 8:11 on a Friday night.
Okay, dokie. Let's see here. We're gonna go switch. Alright. No. So bad. Shit, give me 1 sec. Oh, stop. Nope, not that. How the hell do I... Hey. Give me 1 sec here. I'm just having technical issues. Give me 1 sec here. Okay. Videos. I don't even know what video we're on. Okay, here we go. Ready? Tell me when you guys are ready, because I'm just gonna take my headset off and let you guys listen. Type in the thing, say you're ready, and away we go. Let's just have to listen and watch playing the game. Lights, camera, action. Alright, there we go.
The events of April 3rd kicked off with this frantic 911 call made by Courtney Clenny.
Operator, John, what is the address of your emergency? Please. 31-1. Ma'am, listen to me. You need to stop screaming on the line and give me the address.
I can't feel my arm.
3101.
I can't feel my arm.
What, ma'am?
My boyfriend is dying of a stab.
Ma'am, what is the address?
Baby, I'm so sorry. Baby.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
The operator never did manage to get the full address from Courtney. Thankfully, someone else in the building had heard signs of a disturbance and asked security to contact law enforcement.
City of Miami Police 911, Operator George, what is the address of your emergency?
It's emergency. I'm calling because there's a fight that's going on. Yeah, there's a fight going on right now.
Is it a physical fight?
Yes.
Not only did this caller share the full address, but he also shared the specific apartment number where the altercation and apparent injury took place. Since this report matched the partial address Courtney gave, the operator was able to confirm that this was likely in reference to the same incident. Now that they had this information, officers raced to the scene and wasted no time making their way to the apartment in question. The scene they found was every bit as dire as Courtney's
Can you hear it?
hysteria on the phone suggested.
Police are here, police. Hey, come here, come on, come here. Get up right now. What? Get up right now. Get up right now. Baby, wake up. Wait. What? Courtney.
Oh, hang on. I think we listened to this one already.
You gotta get the dog. Get up. Please, jump. Please, come on. Get right. Jump on the floor. I'll help him out. Get up. No. Get up. I can't let this happen. It's my dog. Relax.
Okay, I'll find a different documentary. Hold on.
Wow, no doubt. What happened?
Yeah, we listened to that one already. And let's try this one.
I make pedophiles afraid again. I love it. Okay, so let me know we're talking about things that are down.
Oh, no, we will listen to that one already. Is it this one?
Hi, I was just wondering if you could
There we go. I found one.
What are they?
taking me to the nearest police station.
What's going on, son? Have a seat there.
It's personal business.
Ring.
Whoa! Wait a minute, how do you come to my house? I'm a wicked woman. I don't do naughty things.
The lives of family lifestyle influencers Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie imploded on August 30th, 2023, when one of Ruby's 6 children was discovered weak and hurt. The other 5 had not been accounted for at this time, and law enforcement wasted no time in launching a full investigation. As the police delved into the twisted dynamic that had grown between the 2 women, they never could have anticipated the depths of the depravity the children were subjected to, or the mind-boggling justifications offered by the perpetrators.
It's all my kids.
Adults have a really hard time understanding that children can be full of evil and what that takes to fight it.
The following report is based on police records. When Dan Clarkson answered his doorbell at 10:46 a.m. on August 30th, 2023, he never could have expected his actions would kickstart a nationally publicized police investigation. However, as soon as he laid eyes on the young boy outside, he immediately knew something was very, very wrong. His Ring camera captured the heartbreaking conversation that ensued.
What are they?
Taking me to the nearest police station. Honestly, just one fine.
What's going on, son? Have a seat there.
It's personal business.
This was actually the second neighbor the boy had attempted to contact. At the first house, there was no answer, so he'd been forced to move on. The disturbing reason he was seeking help came out when Dan made this emotional call to 911.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. Says he just came over from a neighbor's house. He's hungry and he's thirsty.
While Dan was on the phone with the 911, his wife gave the boy, who introduced himself as Russell, snacks to eat while waiting for help to arrive. But shockingly, there was something more appalling about the boy's condition than his extreme malnutrition.
He has duct tape around each feet. There's sores around him. Yeah, there's sores around him. I think there's a good chance he's been moved.
And he also has
And yet the most heartbreaking revelations were yet to come.
Okay, this boy has been... This kid is obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds. He says what's happened to him is his fault.
We need the police here now.
The police and an ambulance were already on the way. During the tense waiting period, Russell revealed that he'd been staying with his mother and her friend, Jody Hildebrandt, since May. Terrifyingly, he added that he wasn't the only child in Jody's house. His two sisters, ages 9 and 14, were still inside.
I'll take more.
As Russell underwent medical assessment, more police officers arrived.
We need to identify the house. If there's two other kids there, we need to go do a security sweep of the house and something.
They were about to realize that they'd gotten there in the nick of time. As the police staged in Dan's driveway, a woman drove up in her car and announced that she was searching for a 12-year-old boy. She gave her name as none other than Jody Hildebrandt, the woman Russell said his family had been staying with. Cleverly, the police didn't tell Jody how much they already knew. They just took down her address and said they would come to speak with her.
If you're moving and need to offload items or are looking for items to furnish your new place, check out Kara today. Recently, we found a new table online.
She didn't have to wait long.
Police officers, open up!
Open the door! Jody?
When did you step out?
I have my turn.
That's great. Step out of the house.
No, I'm not gonna step out.
Step out of the house. Step out of the house.
We're just gonna see you.
Where are we going?
Wait a minute, how do you come in my house?
Right there.
You can make broke into my house. Do you have a search warrant?
We'll explain it after this.
You can't just come into my house without a search warrant.
Jody was mistaken about the need for a warrant to enter the home because the police already had probable cause due to a 911 call that the neighbors had placed after Russell showed up at their door. There was a clear emergent need to enter, and a warrant wasn't necessary. The police must account for the welfare of the other two children. They certainly had their work cut out for them, though, because the house was massive. During the search, the police found one room that appeared to be set up for filming. This, they would learn, was because Jody and Ruby both had a significant online presence. More details would emerge throughout the investigation, revealing the dark side of these social media influencers. To ensure that they left no corner unchecked, the investigators retrieved the blueprints of the house. This turned out to be a brilliant idea, as the schematics revealed something that might have been overlooked otherwise. Outside, Jody did not appear to be shy about expressing her displeasure at the intrusion.
I have Airbnb guests over there. Probably scared them to death.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the house?
Yes.
Two kids?
There's a little girl.
Just one?
She's right over here.
Okay.
The Airbnb guests were the least of the police's worries right now. Following Jody's instructions, they made their way down the hall to a bathroom with a large closet. What they found inside was devastating.
Hi, I'm a police officer. I'm going for the union. Hey, you okay?
Is this just you in here? I'm Sergeant Tobler. What's your name?
I just have one. Where's your sister at? You okay? Huh? You doing okay? You don't want to talk to me? Yeah, that's okay. Can you come with me though? We got Jody out here. You know Jody?
According to the information Jody gave, this was Russell's 9-year-old sister Eve.
We want to be best buddies, but we're getting a little mad here because he won't give me his shoes. Guess what? I learned how to ride a bike with no training wheels. Come here, I'll show you.
Despite the officer's gentle approach, she sat eerily still and quiet, hardly giving a sign that she could even hear him.
You take your time, but I'm in no hurry. I'm a police officer. Did you know that? I don't mean to hurt you at all. You doing okay? Are you scared? Yeah? You're okay. Do you need help? I'm not gonna hurt you. Promise. See this right here? It's a badge. I'm telling you, I don't hurt people. I'm just here to make sure you're okay. And I get if you're scared. I would be too. Okay? You wanna come with me?
Still, Eve didn't respond. They hatched a new plan to win her over with pizza. While they waited for the food to arrive, the officers kept her company with the utmost patience, refusing to rush her out of the closet until she made the choice to leave.
Sit down. It's okay if I just sit here with you. We don't have to say anything. If you don't want to. Okay? I'll just sit here with you.
Meanwhile, back with Russell, the EMTs got a close-up look at the duct tape and wounds around his ankles. What they found was almost unspeakably gruesome. But even this was overshadowed by what Russell said next. In between bites of the snacks from the neighbors, he told the police officer documenting his injuries additional details, which made the situation all the more sickening.
You're not in trouble with me, okay? We're just trying to figure out what's going on. Our main focus right now is you, okay? Who put the ropes on you? Supposed to help you what?
The police report revealed the chilling answers that were redacted in the body cam footage. Russell said that Jody and his mother, Ruby Frankie, had restrained him with ropes to help him with what he'd been choosing. How the women had chosen to treat the resulting wounds left EMTs puzzled. The officer who spoke with Russell repeated the distressing details to his supervisor on the phone.
They put cayenne pepper mixed with honey and then covered that with the plastic saran wrap and then the duct tape over the wounds.
Detectives had found evidence of the honey and cayenne mixture in the upstairs bathroom, along with more ropes, used bandages, and other wound dressings.
A medical got there, they started cutting the stuff off him, and then you can see like the dark around his ankles. You could smell it. When they went to go peel it, they thought it was some of the dressing. It was actually his skin that was peeling.
Obviously, the police wanted to talk to Russell's mother to understand what could possess someone to treat a child in such a manner. As of yet, though, Ruby Frankie, along with Russell's older sister, were still unaccounted for. Jody certainly wasn't sharing where Ruby was, as her behavior became increasingly strange as the house search continued. When this officer seemed unreceptive to her stare, she tried a different target.
You waiting for me to say something, or?
Inside, the search went on for more children, especially Julie, the older sister Russell said was at Jody's house. There was no sign of her yet, so the police decided it was time to confront Jody about what they'd found when referencing the blueprints. A safe room in the basement, locked with a vault door.
I have a question for you. Yeah. You have a room downstairs that has a safe wheel on the front. How do we get access to that to ensure that there's no one else in this home?
They do need to search if there's nobody else, so I think you can give them access to make sure there's nobody in there.
After further back and forth to get the lock combination from Jody, the team returned to the basement to open the safe. Upstairs, additional officers were still trying to gain the trust of the little girl in the bathroom closet.
Found dead skin.
She found dead skin.
Dead skin.
Get out from underneath my bed. Right now.
Sorry, Mom.
I am more upset that you came in my room when you knew you weren't supposed to. You knew that it was a bad idea.
Yeah.
You're still gonna have the consequence of not having your nails done for a month.
Mom.
It's a deal. Give me a hug.
Mom. Can I help you too to get paid? Because I want a lot of money.
They likely hoped that the arrival of the pizza would change things in their favor, but they were in for yet another surprise. Despite how painfully thin she appeared, Eve didn't go for the food right away. Eve proceeded to eat the entire pizza and requested 2 more large slices from the lunch that the police had. As Eve ate, the plan was to focus on opening the safe, but suddenly a new priority emerged. With no warning, Ruby Frankie, Russell and Eve's mother, arrived on scene. After determining that she had no weapons on her, she was taken to a separate area of the house to wait out the search. The police would check in with Ruby once they finished going through the house. The only place left to look was the basement safe room. When they opened the door, though, they were likely crushed. Julie was not inside. At first glance, the room looked to be nothing more than a barren bolt hole reserved for emergencies. When they started opening drawers, though, they turned up some stomach-churning evidence. Handcuffs, a length of rope, and a carabiner. Based on the condition of Russell and Eve, the police received an official search warrant that enabled them to collect these items, along with many of the electronics, as evidence. But even after being in the house for hours, there was still no sign of Julie or the other Frankie siblings. The only certain thing was what should happen with Jody and Ruby. They were both placed under arrest for aggravated child abuse.
Okay, just place your hand on your back for me. Perfect.
During the arrest process, the officers likely noticed some strange behavior from Ruby. She didn't say a single word, even when put in the back of a police car with Jody. The police had to hope she would be more verbose when the time came to ask her how Russell and Eve had gotten in such miserable conditions.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. She is definitely not a talker.
She's not.
Are you going to ask her a name or just like, let me ask about things the books that me go?
While Jody was at least responding to direct questions, whether she would respond to the hard ones police had in store was yet to be seen.
I'm a little nervous.
You're that. You know, to be honest with you, if I was sitting over there, I'd be a little nervous too. So don't worry about it. We're just here to talk, to get your side.
So I trust my attorney. He said, don't say anything. And I said, I have nothing to hide. And he's like, I know that. Just let me be there with you when you talk. So you guys seem nice people. I'd like to just tell you, but I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're gonna flip my word. I'm a psychologist. I watch people flip things all the time. So I get it. And I sit on your side. Get it. It looks sad that I don't want to answer anything, but it's not because I'm trying to be difficult.
Even though Jody refused to talk without a lawyer, trying to get information from Ruby was astronomically more difficult.
We're just here to talk to you about kind of a few things involving your kids. So first, do you live down here or? Or do you live up north? Do you want to talk to me about where you live or how many kids you have? You don't want to talk to us about anything?
Yes, this is just your chance to tell us. We're just trying to get your side of the story. So it's your chance to do that. That's up to you.
I'll wait till I have a lawyer. Okay. So do you want to talk to us at all?
There was hardly any doubt that the two women had done horrible things to Ruby's children. But with both women unwilling to talk, the police still had no idea why. Answers, though, were closer than anyone thought. When the detectives first got to the police station, they found a surprise visitor waiting. Ruby's husband, Kevin Frankie, was there, and he wanted to pick up his kids. With so many burning questions pertaining to the Frankie family, Kevin was detained and taken to a third interrogation room where he was read his rights.
How did you find out that you needed to come here? Street. I received a message that I needed to come pick up my kids from the police department in Highlands.
And who was that message from?
Well, I prefer not to say right now. Does it make sense that that would happen? I'm just not aware of anyone who did that from our department. Right. And I'm not comfortable saying right now who reached out to me.
Okay.
Was that Jody? I'm not going to answer that question.
Kevin was keeping quite close-lipped. However, it wasn't all bad news. Back at Jody's house, Eve finally seemed to be warming up to law enforcement.
You don't want to talk? Okay. There's nothing at all you want to talk about at all? It's okay to talk to me. Are you scared? We helped your brother. And we got him some help too. And that's what we want to do for you. That's what we want to get you some help too. We are safe. We will not hurt you, and we won't do anything to hurt you.
It took a total of 4 hours before Eve was willing to leave the closet with medical personnel. When examining her in the ambulance, EMTs discovered that she had wounds on her feet and decided that she and Russell both needed to go to the hospital. Thankfully, as Kevin's conversation with police continued, he was willing to provide some crucial context.
And how many kids do you have, Kevin?
I have 6 kids.
So are they all living with you, or?
No, I haven't seen them for over a year.
Any of them?
No, none of them.
For a year?
Over a year.
Okay.
I've been in a separation from my wife and family. Ruby invited me to leave the home while I thought about the choices that I have made in my life and the way that I've treated her.
And did you ever try to reach out to the kids, drop by the home, or was there?
I honored the no separation boundary that we agreed to. When was the last time you saw Ruby? The last time I saw her was the 18th of this month. We met she requested me to sign over vehicles, or the titles to the vehicles. The vehicle that she drives were all in my name. When's the last time you physically saw Russell or Eve? The day that I moved out, July 24th, 2022. My job is to financially provide for them. I was trying to figure out how much of a role do you play in the caretaking of specifically of those 2 kids? I pay the bills. Okay. With my job, I provide the money, goes into a shared bank account, and that's my only involvement.
As the conversation went on, Kevin seemed to be just as in the dark as the investigators.
Who lives in that home with is it ex-wife? Is she currently a separated wife? Like, who lives in that home with your children? To be honest, I don't know. I know that she's there with 4 of the children, and our 2 older children have moved out.
This likely came as a shock to investigators. If there were 4 Frankie children still living at home, that meant they weren't just missing Julie, but another one of Russell's teenage sisters, Abby. Before launching into a frantic search, the detectives decided to finish talking to Kevin, hoping he could give them an idea of where to look for the girls. As the conversation went on, though, Kevin's story only got stranger.
Who's this female Jody that your wife was with? Do you know a female named Jody? She is a therapist and life coach, and she's. Do you respect her? Do I respect her? Yeah, I think she's a very honest, truthful person. Yeah. Okay. Is your wife a partner of hers? Is Is your wife a roommate with her? If your kids are living in her house, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not aware of that, but I know that they've been in business for the last year, so every week a podcast goes up and I listen to it. What's the name of it? Connections with an X.
This would explain the film set discovered in Jody's house. As it turned out, Jody and Ruby both had a significant following on Instagram and YouTube. Jody was a therapist, and her accounts focused on counseling and family dynamics in alignment with the Church of Latter-day Saints, of which she and Ruby were both members. She called her program Connections, and had written several books sharing her methods, and even taught online Zoom classes on the topics of family health and harmony. Ruby, meanwhile, created more slice-of-life content, cataloging daily life with her family as members of the Mormon faith. Her main platform was a YouTube account titled 8 Passengers, supplemented with an Instagram under the same name. In due time, the police would learn that the content made by Ruby and Jody had become unimaginably twisted behind the scenes.
Are you involved with their business efforts, or no?
And were you involved in the 8 Passengers account with your family?
Yes. I was in videos.
Recently, Ruby's online presence had undergone a shift. She rebranded to Truth Mom, but began focusing less on her own channel in favor of working with Jody on Connections.
You guys got a lot of heat for neglect and child abuse. A lot of people commented those things on there. Why were they commenting those things?
That's a good question. We had a son who was acting out in very selfish behavior. Just Chad? Yes, this was Chad. And, none of this is strange or odd. You can get on YouTube and find out all sorts of stuff on this.
Eventually, Ruby stopped posting on her private YouTube account altogether, which Kevin said eliminated 90% of the family's income. Her last video on Jody's channel, though, had come out just 2 days ago. In the interrogation room, Kevin shared more about the situation, which led to public outcry against the Frankies.
He was being very cruel and mean to his siblings that he shared a room with, and so we removed him from the room. And we said, you can sleep anywhere you want. Sleep on the couch, sleep on the pull-out bed, sleep on the floor for all we care, but you're not sleeping in that room with your brother. He chose to sleep on a beanbag. So 9 months later, he had made a lot of changes in his life. And he was ready to, and we had moved by that time. And so we had a new house, and he was ready to move into his own bedroom. Made a video about it. And in the video, he mentioned something to the effect of, I've been sleeping for 9 months on a beanbag. That is what all the uproar was about.
This wasn't Ruby's only run-in with the law. Shockingly, just 5 days before her arrest, she'd been pulled over while driving, with her kids in the car.
Hello. You know how fast you're going right there? Okay. Got you going 57 and 35.
Ruby was sent on her way with only a speeding ticket. Back with Kevin, he explained that the situation with his oldest son, Chad, was the catalyst for Jody getting involved with the family. She was hired as Chad's therapist and had the boy personally paying her $900 a month. From there, her involvement with the family... Oh!
During your marriage, how was disciplining your kids? How would you discipline your kids?
For 9 months on a beanbag. That is what all the uproar was about.
This wasn't Ruby's only run-in with the law. Shockingly, just 5 days before her arrest, she'd been pulled over while driving, with her kids in the car.
Hello. You know how fast you're going right there? Okay. Got you going 57 and 35.
Ruby was sent on her way with only a speeding ticket. Back with Kevin, he explained that the situation with his oldest son, Chad, was the catalyst for Jody getting involved with the family. She was hired as Chad's therapist and had the boy personally paying her $900 a month. From there, her involvement with the family only grew. How this could have led to the breakup of the family and the near starvation of two of the children was yet to be explored.
During your marriage, how was disciplining your kids? How would you discipline your kids?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Are you aware of the physical condition of your children?
No. I've chosen to trust my wife with the children. That was part of the agreement of our separation.
Kevin was about to learn the harrowing consequences this decision has caused.
We received a phone call from 911 on our dispatch that a 12 to 13-year-old boy was knocking on doors in a neighborhood asking for food and water. So he had duct tape on his extremities, on his hands, on his ankles, and those were covering rope burns that were used to tie him down. Take a second and think about what I just said. That's the condition of your son. Given that information, your son was taken to the hospital. A warrant has been applied and granted by the Department of Child and Family Services to remove both Russell and Eve from your wife's care. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Would you condone that behavior?
When I condone that behavior,
that's my job. My job is to find out your knowledge of the treatment of these
based on your description, no. Again, I don't know the details, or I don't know, but as you described that sounds
horrible, disgusting. No human being should be treated like that.
The investigators stepped out to give Kevin a few private moments to come to terms with what he'd just learned. When the investigative team returned 10 minutes later, Kevin took the opportunity to ask a burning question.
What's going to happen to my wife? I love my wife.
I don't know. I'm being honest with you. I don't know. Haven't had any interviews.
I don't want to go charges against my wife.
Possible. I think given the circumstances, that's highly appropriate, but again,
That night, the police decided that Ruby would be booked into jail to await her attorney. Even this, though, failed to get a reaction from her.
Trace, you want to let you know what criminal charges for, so you're under arrest? It's going to be 2 counts, second-degree felony of child abuse or neglect, okay? You understand that or no? Are you okay? I'm wondering if there's like a medical clearance that needs to, like, do you need medical attention before you go to the jail? Okay. Have you ever been arrested before? I'm just concerned about you. I know you don't believe that. I've had an opportunity to talk to your husband and kind of worried about your circumstances and obviously your children as well. But you're sure you don't need medical attention or anything like that?
Jody, too, was escorted to a police car to be transported to jail facing the same charges. Still inside the police station, Kevin learns more from the investigators about the children.
And so, it just feels like getting run over by a speed truck while you're sharing with me today.
Yeah. I can tell you're caught off guard.
I thought I was just coming here to pick up my kids. And for what? I don't know what or why. But and I was fine taking them back with me. Everything you're sharing to me just sounds like a made-up story. Like I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, it sounds like a horror movie. And what you're sharing with me just feels like a sucker punch. So responsible, separating, feeding, hurts. I know you're all doing your jobs. And I know you all have the best interest of my kids. I appreciate them.
Thank you. Thanks. That means a lot.
I just want my kids back. I want my family back. I want my wife back.
It was doubtful either Ruby or Jody would be getting out of jail anytime soon. Jody grappled with this through the lens of religion while speaking with a friend she called from the county jail.
And I don't know if I'm going to be like some kind of example, but when I get out of here, I have a story to tell, and I am going to try to do everything I can to protect the children, because that's what's happening. Is that kids are being just horribly abused. So I have just been begging him, like, you got to explain this to me. Like, I cannot logically figure out what's going on here. I mean, I should be here. I haven't done anything wrong.
Ruby, too, made some equally baffling claims during her jailhouse phone calls.
But the most upsetting thing is that I am completely misunderstood. That is the most horrible feeling. Like, my own family misunderstands me. They misinterpret me. And poor Jody, they misinterpret her. They misunderstand her. She puts her neck out on the line for people, and then they get mad at her. I mean, it is just horrendous. It's horrendous. And you know what? Every Joseph Smith, every wonderful man of God has had to be misunderstood. And I'm a good woman. I don't do naughty things. This is a repent.
It wasn't all dark and twisted news, though. In a stroke of luck, the police located Julie and Abby. Shockingly, they were nowhere near the family home in Springville. Rather, they were located more than 20 miles away, at a house belonging to Ruby's friend and fellow Connections member, Pam. How she'd gotten there, though, remained in question. Pam was handcuffed when the police arrived and agreed to answer some questions while waiting for additional investigators to arrive. While one officer sat with her, the other took the opportunity to check in with Julie.
Do you need medical attention at all? Okay. Is there a reason you're so scared right now? It's us? Okay. Sorry if you've had a negative interaction with law enforcement in the past, okay? My intention is not to scare you. Do you go to school?
Down the driveway, Pam was unhandcuffed when investigators arrived from Springville. She told them that she'd received a call from Ruby asking her to pick up two of her daughters while she dealt with a family emergency. Up until this point, the officers were under the impression that it was only Julie at the house, but Pam clarified that her older sister, Abby, was also there. Thankfully, neither she nor Julie appeared to be in physical distress like Russell or Eve. Julie and Abby appeared hesitant to go with PCFS representatives when they arrived, but were safely taken into custody to await the outcome of the investigation. The uncertainty over Abby and Julie's whereabouts had been answered, but so many questions remained. First and foremost, the quandary of what could have happened to leave Russell and Eve so frail and traumatized. Kevin returned to the police station with his lawyer for a second interview. The additional details he was about to share were nothing short of astonishing.
Have you found the pen papers?
The pen papers.
So it described all of the visions and trances and everything that Jody and Ruby went into. How thick would you say it was? It was like 3 inches thick or so. And there were hundreds of pages of written documents. It's something Jody would not want found.
Yeah.
But she wouldn't want to destroy it.
Because we do have Ruby's journal, which is from those dates that you mentioned.
These things are going to be so... The stuff she wrote in the pen papers, she would not write in her journal. The stuff she wrote in the pen papers was not intended to be read by anybody until God would decree them to be written as scripture for the whole world to read.
Okay.
I believe that's what we have.
It wasn't certain whether the documents found by the police were actually Ruby's pen papers or just a journal. Regardless of what they were called, the contents revealed a wealth of heinous secrets. On July 10th, 2022, Ruby wrote, "Eve and Russell have been in so much deviant behavior they won't control their bodily functions. I never would have suspected the cold, dead heart Russell has." Ruby echoed these sentiments in one of the phone calls she made from jail.
Adults have a really hard time understanding that children can be full of evil and what that takes to fight it.
According to the journal, Russell and Eve were locked in closets, made to do physical labor, wall sits, jump on a trampoline, stand out in the rain, and carry heavy boxes up and down the stairs for hours on end. When Eve slipped and fell while carrying the boxes, Ruby accused her of doing so on purpose, and then shaved her head as punishment. And this was just brushing the surface of what the children endured.
I've never had a kid quite like Eve, but she does not like to sit and listen. I don't know if that's just her personality and she just needs me to be more strict with her than what was required with some of the other kids, or if she is displaying hyperactivity tendencies. So I'm going to try to figure that out today. I honestly don't know which way it's going to go. She knows that I mean it, and I'm going to carry through with it. If she absolutely is not capable, then I'm going to maybe take further measures to figure out if there's hyperactivity tendencies going on, or if she stays and she's really good and she listens, then it probably just means she needs a little bit more of a strict routine with her.
According to Kevin, the fight against so-called evil had not originated with the children. In fact, the downward spiral had begun more than a year prior under some very strange circumstances.
We went out to like a dinner afterwards, and that's where Jody really opened up to the women in a private conversation that she believed she was being tormented and haunted by shadow figures every night. And that was spooky.
Ruby also revealed that Russell and Eve still sometimes failed to control their bodily functions. She presented this as a method by which they defied her. Back with Kevin, he alleged that Jody's experiences had rapidly grown more intense.
She was walking along the beach with Jesus, and Jesus challenged her to go walk on the water, and it was a whole lesson on walking on the water.
And that was still just the tip of the iceberg. The more investigators read of Ruby's journal, the more depraved the story became. Tuesday, big day for evil, she wrote on July 11th. All night, Eve screamed and cried and hit her head on the tile floor. Today, Jody confronted her. Eve admits to putting on a show for her mother. Eve said she wants to be pitiful. When the investigators read on and learned what torment Eve had endured to reach this level of desperation, they likely didn't know whether to be enraged or heartbroken. Jody mentioned her experiences with what she called the spirit in one of her jail phone calls.
When I feel the spirit, I have two physiological reactions. I get really shaky, like I'm shivering, like I'm cold, or I feel heat, like I have a fever run through me. It felt like I was burning up, and I was just shaking with gratitude, like, here's your answer. Here's what this is.
Back with Kevin, he revealed that while Jody's alleged visions had initially seemed positive, things quickly took a much darker turn, and things changed inside the house.
There was a lot of satanic ones. When she would go into possession mode, she would talk in different voices. It was really creepy. But the voices would say, she's ours, we're not letting go. She is Satan's bride. She's mine. I'm going to marry her. If she was faking it, she believed that Satan wanted her as her bride.
The journal revealed that Eve experienced horrific punishments. This is the day Eve anticipates breaking her 2-day fast, Ruby wrote. I let Russell know she has hardened her heart and will do one more day of fasting to invite her to humble. Eve flips out and begins ranting. All day Eve makes rhymes about my mom starves me and calls it fasting. In his second interview, Kevin continued his description of what it was like to live with Jody.
I can't explain some of the stuff that happened while we were there. Like crashes in the basement while we were talking upstairs, and plates like in the kitchen just flying off by themselves, like full speed, smashing on the wall and falling to the floor. And I don't have any way to explain it other than there's some crazy going on.
On other occasions, Eve was doused with water in the dog wash and made to sleep on the basement floor. And it only got worse going forward. Kevin, too, said that back in 2021, the situation with Jody took a similar downward trajectory as she became increasingly entwined with his family.
But it reached the point where in August, her bishop at the time, he's not her bishop anymore, but I mean, he was going over there every night, and he'd be there for like 4 hours, and he'd be like, I'm fighting evil spirits, I'm casting demons out, there's crazy stuff going on. And finally he got to the point where he's like, I can't do this anymore. Like, there needs to be some sort of resolution.
After the bishop left, the first attempted fix was for Jody to move in with another family involved with connections. The opinions Kevin shared about what happened with that family reflect only his beliefs, and we have not been able to verify them.
According to them, after 6 weeks of trying to seduce the husband of the family, they kicked her out.
While there was no way to prove that Jody had been held against her will, the police knew for a fact that Russell and Eve had been. Ruby documented one particularly horrific confrontation between Russell and Jody, whom she refers to frequently as G-Joe. G-Joe takes Russell on a little walk to the pool, Ruby wrote. She talks on how Russell has love twisted. G-Joe then pushed Russell into the pool. Meanwhile, Kevin recounted the events after Jody either escaped or was kicked out of the other family's home.
It was at that point that they said, why don't you take her up to your house? And I was like, hell no. I don't want this in my house. But I was beaten over the head with it. Like, that's really insensitive. You know, she's done so much to help our family. And you're being selfish. And she has needs. And come on, like, it won't be for long. And so I relented, and I was like, okay.
Later in his second interview, Kevin told the police about the drastic changes that took place in the Frankie house after Jody moved in.
The moment she showed up in my house, just the weirdest crap started happening. Lights turning on and off, sounds of people walking in walls, and like sounds like footprints going up walls and across the ceiling, and stuff floating around, and I became the resident exorcist. That was the title I came up with myself. I thought it was kind of funny. Whenever she started to like go into a trance and go into possession, which started to be a lot, and Ruby would go up and check on her. It started like every 4 hours at night, and then it moved every 2 hours at night, then it moved every hour at night, and then at some point Ruby said, you know what, I'm just going to start sleeping in there, and if I need you, I'll come down and get you.
Kevin said that Ruby and Jody began sleeping in the same bed. However, this was only the beginning, and soon Kevin noticed that he was being subjected to unique restrictions.
I could leave when I wanted, but I couldn't come back until Ruby gave me permission. I couldn't come into the kitchen to eat until Ruby gave me permission. And the upstairs where Jody roamed was completely off limits. Ruby would dictate all of the terms of how our interactions would be when we would talk. No matter what I did, no matter how much I tried to track better, be truthful and not be selfish. Every week it was like, you're being manipulative, you're being selfish, you're lying, you're hiding something, you're still hiding stuff. And I really started to question my sanity, honestly. It became more and more and more and more and more isolated. Jody had an approved list of men that I could make phone calls to.
This appeared to be a method Ruby repeated with Russell at Jody's house. Ruby recounted in the journal how she woke one night to find Russell missing, and a note written in pebbles on the balcony which read, "Jail. I will call when I get there." Panicked, Ruby said she and Jody searched the house, then got in their cars and began driving around looking for Russell, which Ruby described as racing the devil. They brought him home. Disturbingly, she went on to describe the concession of letting Russell sleep in a bed and feeding him a full meal the next day as like stitching up a patient knowing you didn't get all the cancer out.
Okay, look at me. Don't say help anymore.
You done said it.
Yeah, so I'm very clear what I'm talking about. Don't say that again. Do you understand? Because next time you won't be smiling on your face.
Kevin explained that the situation never improved as everyone tried to appease Jody and Ruby.
So I was completely cut off. You know, if I went to my church leaders, I was seeking enablement. If I went to my family, I was seeking enablement. If I went to anybody, I was seeking enablement. I felt trapped. And that's where I was all the way up until the last week of July, when Jody called me one day out of the blue and just said, I don't understand why you're not getting it.
While everything the police had learned so far was certainly horrific, they would soon realize that it almost got unimaginably worse for the children. Based on the journal entries, the authors believed that the children's bodies needed to be engaged in painful good work as punishment. Just as Ruby and Jody set out to look for rural land in Arizona for the Frankie children to work, Ruby got a text. I found the land. As the move to Arizona loomed dangerously closer, it became obvious that the women wanted the pair to choose punishment over respite. In an emotional phone call made from her jail cell, Jody had this to say on the topic.
Nobody wants the truth. Nobody wants the truth. Nobody wants the truth because these kids, I told Doug, I woke up, the spirit told me, it's all the devil. I mean, you've seen him, and he uses these kids, and he uses all of us as the adults, the parents that don't hold the kids accountable. So now it's abusive to make a kid sleep on the floor. It's abusive, or it's abusive to, that's ridiculous. You can't even raise your kids anymore.
This was the sort of stance Jody put forth through her program, Connections. At its peak, her Instagram had over 10,000 followers, leaving the police to wonder just how many other children might have suffered the ramifications of her influence. Later, in the midst of the investigation, Kevin continued his story of his family's breakdown.
So that separation continued all the way up until the holidays, maybe. And then Ruby ended that separation. Jody went home the second week of January. But by that time, Ruby, Pam, and Jody were completely determined to do this work that they felt God had for them. I thought it was crazy. I thought it was just that crazy.
When talking with Kevin, the police learned just how far Ruby was willing to go to pursue her work with Jody.
She wanted to legally, work with Jody's attorney to give Jody 8 passengers and become an employee of Connections. Basically, the contract was Ruby gives Jody everything and Ruby gets nothing in return. Our YouTube manager at the time was red flags. I don't know how to tell you. She's scamming you. Ruby fired him.
Regarding this issue of Ruby and Jody's business entanglement, Ruby made some interesting claims in one of her calls from jail. In fact, she seemed to be changing her attitude towards Jody entirely.
Jody Hildebrandt never was my business partner, nor was I ever her employee. I never received wages from Connections or Jody. In 2019, I hired her as a counselor for my son, and then in 2020, I paid her to be my mentor. She's a whirlpool. Told you.
Regardless of any legal business arrangements, finances became an increasingly central component of the travesty that befell the Frankie children. This became clear when police continued reading Ruby's journal and gained further insight into the disturbing reasons she and Jody were looking into moving to Arizona. Jody and I took Eve out into the desert, Ruby wrote. She went out into the heat, barefoot. Eve still tried to run. She screamed for another family, water, food, care, love. Oh, Eve, a manipulative ploy. Ruby's journal entry about taking Eve to the desert became even more heartbreaking. Apparently, it was only after Eve collapsed on the road exhausted that Ruby took her home, but not for long. The very next day, Ruby, Russell, Eve, and Julie all returned to the desert. For the next 3 days, the children were made to weed and tidy a cemetery on a nearby Native American reservation. They were not allowed to wear shoes or gloves, despite the fact that there was broken glass and thorns everywhere. At one point, Russell became so desperate to escape the heat that he stuck his head in the toilet. Footage of this suffering was captured by a local who explained in no uncertain terms to Ruby that she was not welcome there and that she would be filing a police report. This, Ruby wrote in her journal, was a sign that the devil does not want us to take Russell and Eve out of society. Apparently, relocating to Arizona was their chosen method of avoiding further unwanted attention. One has to wonder how long the plan to get to Arizona was in process, though, based on an interaction Kevin mentioned happened before the separation.
Ruby started threatening me with another separation. And just like, this isn't about money, this is about doing God's work. So we continued in that dynamic for the next 6 or 7 months until she went on a trip with Jody and Pam down to Arizona. And I think they, like, when I read her journal, that she went into Mexico or something and bought drugs or something, like prescription drugs for the emergency kits. And when she came back from that trip, before she even brought the bags into the house, she pulled me in and said, I want to talk with you, and that's when she asked me to leave.
And so Kevin left and got an apartment in Springsville. At some subsequent point, Ruby also left the family home for the house in Ivins to live with Jody, where the lives of her children would become a living nightmare. Back with Kevin, he said that when Ruby initiated contact again, he had no idea the sinister plan she had in store for their children.
Around that time, things with Ruby started, like, picking up, and I didn't understand why, but, like, Ruby wanted to meet in a parking lot and wanted me to sign over 2 of our cars, wanted me to sign them over to her name. I'm in total compliance mode at this point. Just like, I'm a good husband, you see, you can trust me.
Ruby's comments on the journal somehow managed to become even more disturbing. She wrote, "This girl would choose to be shot and die than to humble." Even that wasn't the most disturbing part, though, because after locking Eve in the closet overnight, they decided to treat her injuries from the cactus. Ruby said, "The spirit was very strong as Julie and I witnessed Jody cleaning what did not deserve to be clean." Kevin continued his story, discussing the moment he found that his family had disappeared to live in Ivins, leaving their own house empty.
But when I returned to the house, everything was backed up, and a neighbor came over and said she asked for the HOA rules and mentioned to him that she wanted to rent the house out. Which I was like, are you kidding me? And apparently she wanted to sell the house, but couldn't because my name was on the mortgage.
In another jail call, Ruby revealed that the Arizona scheme had gotten further along than anyone yet knew. One shudders to think what could have happened if Russell hadn't escaped before the move.
I pulled the money, and I have it in a bag.
With you? Do the police have it?
Oh, I don't know what the police took.
But the bag is at Jody's house?
They can't just take people's money. I mean, that's not right.
In a stunning twist, the person on the other end of the phone was none other than Kevin himself. In the days following Ruby's arrest, the pair made several phone calls where Kevin tried to ensure he received custody of the children and secured the money that Ruby had pulled out. Kevin's demeanor towards Ruby in these calls might be unexpected.
I am committed to our family. I'm committed to you and our marriage. No matter what happens, I will be here to support you in any way that I can.
Oh, thank you for stepping up.
During this call, Kevin and Ruby agreed to limit their contact going forward to strengthen Kevin's chances of gaining legal custody of the children. A discovery made the next day, though, blew that out of the water.
The bag's gone.
What?
The bag is gone.
What?
There's no bag.
The only thing more shocking than the bag's disappearance was where Ruby had gotten the funds in the first place. Kevin and his lawyer revealed the source of the missing $85,000 while speaking with police.
That money, she cleaned out their bank accounts. The kids' savings account. Yeah, and yours too, your joint account. Yeah. That's where that money came from.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you can have, or if I need to have a discussion with the county attorney. Kevin would kind of like his kids' money back.
Unfortunately, tracking down the money and attempting to return it to the children would likely become a separate civil case. While Ruby didn't comment on this directly while in jail, she had more thoughts to share the longer she was behind bars.
The devil is so quiet, and I'm being such huge slap in the face to wake up to it.
On another call with her parents, Ruby proofread a court statement she wrote to address her children and acknowledge her actions.
I would do anything in this world for you. My willingness to sacrifice all for you was masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from you all that was safe and soft and good. I took from you your mother. How terrifying this must have been for you. I will never, ever stop crying for hurting your tender souls. You are such a very precious part of me. I'm so very sorry.
But no apology in the world could begin to undo the horrible trauma experienced by the Frankie children. In contrast to Ruby's attempt to make amends, Jody's response was the same as it was at the beginning of the investigation.
The Lord says that first they'll lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and into prisons. And the children shall rise up against their parents and shall cause them to be put to death. That statement right there is what's going on with me. The children shall rise up and put their parents to death, and ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake.
Ultimately, Ruby and Jody were charged with 6 felony counts of child abuse and neglect each. Rather than go to trial, Ruby and Jody pleaded guilty to 4 counts of child abuse. Though their cases were adjudicated separately, they received the same sentences. On each count, Jody and Ruby were sentenced to serve between 1 and 15 years in prison. The sentences were to be consecutive, meaning both women could be behind bars for up to 60 years, which could be the rest of their lives. Kevin continues to lobby for custody of his children, who were taken by DCFS and placed in foster care. The Frankie's oldest daughter, Sherry, is writing a book about her upbringing and has requested the public respect the privacy of her younger siblings as they attempt to recover. While their current status is unknown, we can only hope that the Frankie children are at long last experiencing the kindness and gentleness that they deserve.
And the shooting at Denver. And cool Highland Ranch.
No access. Let's bust the window.
There's bullet holes in the wall. Okay, we're coming. We're coming as fast as we can, all right?
On May 7th, 2019, just 3 days before graduation, shots were fired at STEM School in Douglas County, Colorado. The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that while the following footage is intense, it does not show anyone being physically harmed or injured. The horror began almost at the end of the school day, just after 1:50 p.m. Countless additional calls to emergency services began to pour in. With each one, the situation appeared more dire.
Where is the shooter? Room 107. Is it just a single shooter? Is it one person? As far as I know, but I don't know. Is the shooter down or is the shooter still shooting? What? We have stated a shot, yes.
Every second counted. Officers from the police department, sheriff's department, and the closest SWAT team all deployed in force and raced for the school. Some of them didn't even have time to don protective gear, but rushed onwards all the same.
No access. Let's bust the window. Here. we're gonna need this later. We're gonna need this later. So we gotta recover this.
Elsewhere, another group of law enforcement officials forced entry through a different door and were about to get a nasty surprise.
Go, let's go. Go. You up first, bro. I got it. Shield first. Shield first. Where's it at? You're on the ground. You're on the ground. We have him. Look at that.
Despite 2 bullets narrowly missing the first responders, they didn't return fire, a decision that would later be proven wise.
That's security. Is it your security? Security. Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Projector room. He's in the first one on the right. First one on the right. Over here. First one on the right. Over there. He had the gun. Let's go behind my back. He's cuffed right there. Which one? Right there. The one cuffed. This one? Yes. How many do we think we have? 2 entered that room. 2? This is one of them? I don't know. He's the one I pulled out. He has a gun in his hand. He's prone down. He's got him. Pat him down now. I have bullets in my phone. You better start talking. How many other people are in here? Roll over. Where the fuck is the other one? What does he look like? What kind of gun is he?
If the scene in the hall seemed like a nightmare, what was happening inside the classrooms was even worse. More than 1,000 students, from kindergartners all the way to 12th graders, were trapped, terrified, and in mortal danger. Some of them took the chance to film what they may have thought would be their last moments alive. When law enforcement enters the first classroom, the horrific scene they found was something straight out of a horror movie.
Let me see your hands! Back to the doors open. We have a shot. We have a shot. Bathroom. I got a shot. Who's shot? We need to send up a warrant zone. Hey, let's pick him up. Let's do a good carry. Let's do a good carry. Good carry. It's gonna be tough. Sit him up. Sit him up. Sit him up. Where at your leg, man? All right. You get that arm. I got this side. Where's the other sheriff? Somebody covering us? Sure, man. Let's go, bro. Pick him up. Pick him up. Pick him up. Hey.
Elsewhere, as police urgently secured the first suspect, it quickly became clear that something was off. The suspect's behavior would only become stranger as the interaction continued.
Roll over. I got you right here. Okay, I got a 9mm magazine. Got anything else on you? Just my phones. Just your phones? Nothing else. What?
Been exposed.
Been exposed to what?
To what? I'm trans and my precious fluid hair.
And your what?
I'm transgender and I slapped everyone.
That's at least your worries right now.
Oh yeah. Get us the shot.
Yeah, we know. We're f***ing working on it.
What the officers don't know yet is that they've only scratched the surface, and that there is still another shooter lurking inside the school. The victim was identified by his classmates as Kendrick. He had been shot twice, but getting him to safety and emergency medical personnel turned out to be easier said than done.
Put the legs down. Put the legs down. Get the upper body up. Upper body up now. Go, Mike. Go. God damn it. It's fine. Lift. Go. It's not how we carry anybody. It's not going anywhere. Put the legs down now. Get his upper body up. Carry him like he's been taught. It's not the way it's going to work.
As the race to save Kendrick's life continued, the officer guarding the suspect turned to the 2 witnesses in the hall for further information.
How many victims do you think we have? Did you see?
As soon as I grabbed him, that's when I saw you guys come in, I dropped my gun, right?
Did you shoot at all?
I shot one round, then I realized...
Did you hit anybody?
No, I realized it was one of your guys, and I dropped my gun.
I gotcha.
That's right. The security guard had been the one to fire at police. In addition to the chaos at the school, more frantic calls were coming in. not only from students and teachers, but now parents who had heard about the situation.
My son is at STEM Academy, and he just texted me that there were gunshots in his school, and he's really scared, and he's on the phone. Okay, do not go to the school. Okay? There's a lot of police activity. You need to stay away from the school. This is true. Ma'am, you need to stay away from the school, okay? Okay, all right.
Not all of the parents got the message, though, and began to show up to the still active scene.
Get in the cars, get away. I don't care where you go, just go away.
Closer to the school, other officers had finally succeeded in moving Kendrick outside, only to face a new problem.
I got a chest medics, folks. Do we have any medics? No, I got a chest seal right here. He's right here. You gotta start treating him on. I need a medic! We need it!
While tensions run high in this life and death situation, officers still have to wrangle to find the second shooter. In situations like these, paramedics usually do not enter the scene immediately for their own safety. SWAT medics usually make contact faster, but at this time, they were still on the way.
Okay, ready? Hold on. You gotta go one at a time. We need to get him at least in a recovery. There's not much else we can do for him without fire. Let's get him on the side this way.
Inside, another group of officers came across a second victim. Thankfully, this injured student was still conscious.
Just breathe, okay? Ready? Okay, guys, we got a scene here. So 106. Wait, this one. Armed escort. Okay, we got you. Where's the medic? Left.
A second victim was not the only thing police found. A boy with purple hair, matching the description of the second shooter, turned up in one of the classrooms.
We just got one in here.
What's your name? Devin Erickson. Devin Erickson.
Evan Erickson?
Devin Erickson. With the DEVONERICK-1. Do you have him or somebody else? Because I know what he had on him.
What?
And he's transgender, so he's gonna have a binder on underneath, a black binder on.
This is Alex?
This is Alec. A-L-E-C. Alec McKinley.
Devin was 18 years old, but at 16, Alec was still a minor. Speaking of Alec, out in the hall, police witnessed increasingly strange behavior.
Stop what? Stop talking! Are there only two of you?
Yes.
You're positive?
Yes. They're telling me to run.
What?
They're telling me to run. Put your foot on me.
You're not going anywhere, trust me. You move something, you're gonna get broken, you understand that? You stay right there.
Police would learn more about what to make of this strange outburst later. In that moment, Alec provided the first clue in a series of increasingly harrowing items of evidence investigators would discover.
iPhone 6S.
Yeah, what about it?
Heard it in our videos.
Videos of what?
Me making Devin do all this.
In the other room, Devin was telling police the exact same thing.
He was making me give him a bunch of stuff, and then it was me.
Okay.
I was just supposed to watch the door. Because it was the only way he was gonna let me live. I have proof. You know, my house might be on fire as well. It's next to Thunder Ridge. He tried to light my mom's car on fire. There's animals in the house.
Attention, please.
Hello. Okay, send somebody to his house, too.
What's that?
Send somebody to his house. You said they tried to light his house on fire.
And my pets are in there. I didn't want to hurt it.
Hey guys, we're gonna move these guys here in a minute. Just stand by. We're gonna move them out.
Listen, I need to know any other people involved in this.
Any people involved? I don't think so, but there's a chest rig in my car, though, that he had. I don't know if he put anything in the pockets.
All right. Okay. You ready to go?
Yeah.
Alec was also ready for transport.
You ready? All right. Because I can't hear right now. Roll to me. Stand up. Hold on just a sec. Please. Sorry. Coming out.
Alec and Devin might have gotten to leave, but for law enforcement and everyone else at the school, things were only just beginning. The rest of the school still needed to be cleared, and the students evacuated.
Please, open the door! Open the door! Has also been cleared. Hands up, key access to check the... Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Everyone, keep your hands up. You're okay. You guys are doing okay. Thank you, sir. Hands up. You're okay. Keep moving. Come with me. We're going to look over that way. We're going to look over this way. We're going to go this way. One over there. Look over there. We're going to go over there. See those guys waving over there? We're going to go over there.
9 victims in total were identified. The uninjured students were evacuated to a nearby rec center to unite with their families. Officers would remain stationed at the school as well. Those on scene tried to make sense of the situation as they kept the scene secure.
Yes, the dad has like purple hair and whatever. Probably playing the Joker role.
Devin, the suspect with purple hair, continued to exhibit signs of distress as he arrived at the police station. He waited in an interrogation room while the police dealt with his companion, Alec. Alec's arrival and interrogation did not go nearly as smoothly. At only 16 years old, Alec's mother needed to be contacted before questioning could take place. But this was not the only issue.
Hey, a bullet just fell out of his pocket.
The bullet was collected, and Alec's hands were also placed in paper bags to preserve evidence like gunshot residue for crime scene technicians. After these tasks were complete, it wasn't long before Alec's mother, Morgan, was brought in.
Has your name officially been changed to Alec? It's Maya. Okay. But I will call you Alec.
Because Alec was a minor, the detectives read the required Miranda rights to both Alec and Morgan. Alec remained willing to talk.
Do you agree to answer questions with me without a lawyer? Okay. Mom, we'll sign here saying that he's waiving his rights. What does that mean? He's going to talk to me without a lawyer present. So, you also have a right. Mom can stay in, Mom can leave.
The detectives gave Alec and Morgan a moment to talk things over and come to an agreement on how to proceed.
You know, my questions doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You know that. You know that's stupid. You just tell them all the truth. Everything. I'm not doing that. This isn't your fault. Just know that my love for you is unconditional.
They eventually agreed that Alec would converse with the detectives alone, and Morgan signed off on Alec's waiver of rights before stepping out. A crime scene technician entered next to collect swabs of Alex's hands to test for gunshot residue and take booking photos.
Make sure someone watches my mom. Someone's with her.
According to police reports and what Alec later shared with the investigators, Alec's mother suffered from stress-induced seizures and other medical conditions. When the CSI technician had finished her work, the detectives returned to get to the heart of the matter.
Are you sure you're physically okay? Physically. Okay. And I just need to ask, is there one or two of you? Is there a third out there? No. That helped you? No. So it's the two of you?
Several rooms over, Devin was also prepped for interrogation. However, the conversation police were about to have would not go anything like they expected.
You got your rights?
I know all my rights. I just want you guys to get them.
Okay. How's it going?
That's why I'm talking so much.
All right. How long have you known Alec for?
I've known Alec for really just this semester.
With Alec, the detectives began with a similar line of questioning.
How long have you known there?
Since the beginning of this year.
How has STEM been?
Probably the worst experience.
Tell me why.
Well, on top of being transgender, I got a lot of crap for that.
How long have you been Alec?
I came out to my friends in about 8th grade.
8th grade? Okay. Has the transition been smooth or has it been rough or what's been going on?
It's been really hard.
Tell me why it's been really hard.
I just have to live with the fact that no one sees me for me, and I will never be who I want to be. Anything, I'm not a boy, I'm not a girl, I'm just nothing. So I've been ready for this for a couple weeks now, and I texted Devin and I said, let's hang out, basically. And then I was talking to him about it, and he was like, why? Like, what's your motive? And I'm talking about how I know what people say about me. I'm not dumb. I gave them a reason to be scared because they need to think about how what you really say can drive someone to do this.
Alec agreed to let the police download data from the pink iPhone mentioned earlier, including social media apps. The most information was found on Snapchat and told investigators that there was much more to the case than first met the eye. Devin's electronics and social media were also under the microscope, but the most obvious red flags were found on Alec's accounts.
When I go to jail, can you keep my streaks?
So don't you just love it when you're having a wonderful day and depression comes just doing
and take the trash out?
This was just the tip of the iceberg in regards to what investigators unearthed on Alec's electronics. Before doing a deep dive into Alec's social media, though, Devin continued to relay the events that took place that morning.
Going back to this morning, you didn't have time to see Alec.
Yeah,
When did you first see him?
My psychology class, and I told Miss Evil that I didn't have my backpack because he wanted me to lie about it so that I could leave, and then that's when I went to the house the first time. I met up with David as well.
Who's David?
He's from 6th grade.
David confirmed that he met up with Devin that morning around 8:30.
I was giving him hugs because of how happy I was feeling. That he was doing so good.
David stated that Devin used substances and had apparently been doing so with increasing frequency over the last semester.
And recently it's just been getting worse. His drug use has been getting more significant, I want to say, in the past month.
David would have more insight to share later. However, it looks like Devin may not have been the only one with a substance abuse problem.
Do you know if he was on medications or anything?
He used to have them, but I think he was saying that his mom took them away.
Okay.
So he was on the cocaine, though.
Devin also shared that someone had spread an explicit rumor at STEM about Alec, which had been very upsetting. Still, Devin said he'd never expected Alec to take such horrific action. While speaking with detectives, Alec reported that life at home was just as tumultuous as it was at school. According to Alec and Morgan, Alec's father, Jose, was no longer in the picture, and currently 14 family members were all living under the same roof. Alec's mom, Morgan, consented to let police execute a search warrant on the family house. However, nothing was found in regards to the shooting. All the evidence, it seemed, would be found in the school and witness statements.
I'm sorry if I'm not totally clear-headed. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this. I was totally hosed down. Totally hosed.
In the interrogation room with Devin, he told police more about what led up to the violent outburst at STEM school.
Last night he told me not to come to school tomorrow, and I saved it, and I wanted to sit with my friends because I have a lot of friends at that school.
Yeah.
And then I saved that message, and then I was going to tell my friends. It's saved on Snapchat on my phone, and I was going to tell my friends, and that's when he started threatening me. What else did he tell you? He told me that he was just super. He wanted to get revenge on a lot of people. He told me he was considering killing his mom and his siblings too, because he hates them, but he didn't do that. I kept telling him not to. And he said he was going to kill me if I told anyone, and the only way I'd let him live is if he helped me.
Back with Alec, the police asked more about the planning process and Devin's role. If Devin was as innocent as he claimed, the detectives needed to understand why he had a firearm in his hands.
Had you guys talked about this last night? Yeah, he was saying something about a Snapchat text message conversation. Tell me about that. Basically, we had come up with a code name for this, and we would joke about it all the time. Gamer boat is what we called it. And specifically, what were you calling Gamer boat? What was the code word? Like a gun was our code word for, or Gamer boat was our code word for a gun.
There was another code word Devin and Alec had too. The meaning behind it and the implications of its use would change everything.
It was like, are you down to, like, jokingly, I was like, are you down? He was like, haha, that's funny. Like, haha, yeah. But really it was like, I wasn't kidding. And he, like, was ready to tell the office or someone what was going on. But I was like, you'd really do that to your best friend? Like, this is what best friends are for. Like, you're with me till the end. And this is the end.
I didn't think he was really going to do it. I never thought he could actually do that because he never seemed like that crazy. He didn't seem like evil. He just seemed sad and like lonely.
At school, I'm a completely different person. No one would ever have guessed this from me.
What kind of person are you at school?
I try to be friends with everyone. I'm a people pleaser. And I kind of let people walk all over me.
Don't laugh at me. Walk. Pose. Got any penis enlargement pills?
As they continued investigating, police had to wonder what changed in Alec's approach. Morgan McKinney, Alec's mom, had her own theory.
All these years, I've never told my kid not to hang out with a certain somebody. And about 3 months ago, I told him to stop hanging out with the... And then Devin. I don't know if it's relevant at this time, but and just different, you know, and I was like, I just don't like the way he's rubbing off on you. And, you know, I was like, you need to focus on you right now.
Alec's Snapchat revealed the side of Devin that Morgan might have found concerning. Just how much of a role Devin's influence played on the stim attack would come out in due time. For now, though, Alec offered this explanation.
Really, there was, like, a breaking point last night with my siblings. They don't care. Like, no one cares. So, I'm finally gonna give in to my thoughts, because what's the point of trying to protect everyone else?
What do you think about hurting your family?
Only yesterday.
As Alec shared more about the triggering moment before taking the lead on the shooting, Devin's assistance in the horrid attack began to take shape.
Did something happen at school this week, or what help me understand what the big thing, the analogy you always hear, the straw that broke the camel's back. What was that?
This kid kept calling me by my biological name, and that's what made me lose it.
Devin agreed that Alec's mood had been noticeably different that morning.
Today was like when it really got scary. It was like a different person, kind of like seeing him. That to me was like, okay, maybe Alec is really like going like crazy this time.
According to Alec, Devin's uncertainty had been a part of the plan all along.
He's an idiot. He's a complete idiot. So basically anything I say, he would be like, okay, because I'm his best friend.
Forensic research has found that in cases where there is more than one perpetrator, there's always an alpha figure to execute the plan. While there can be multiple submissive characters, there's only one dominant personality. Devin's guidance counselor, Ms. Wright, had also shared some insight on the subject with the police.
Alec is weird. He gravitates to vulnerable people. Do you know what I mean? Devin's very vulnerable. Was Alec bullied in any ways? I feel that Alec is a bully.
This would require a lot more investigation, but for the time being, the detectives prioritized establishing a timeline of events from both Devin's and Alec's perspectives.
Originally, I was going to figure out a way for someone to buy me a gun, but no one would. And then Devin and I had a conversation where he was like, yeah, my parents have like a couple guns in their house.
In the other room, Devin continued his harrowing version of that morning's events.
I left school, went back to my house. Then as I was about to go inside, I opened the garage, and then Alec messaged me again.
Okay. Why were you going back to your house?
I was going back to my house because I was going to call the police. That's when I picked him up and I went back to my house, and that's when he kind of seemed a little off. And then went into my basement. And that was when he pulled out the cocaine the first time. And I told him, I was like, I'm not down with this. Like, you're going kind of too far and you're like scaring me a little bit. And I was like, I don't want you to hurt anybody at school or anything like that. Did I really think you need help? And that was when he started really threatening me.
Did you use the cocaine when he pulled it out?
Not the first time.
What did he do with the cocaine?
He did one line of it, and then we went upstairs.
According to Alec, things only escalated from there.
You said you broke into his house? I didn't break into his house. I, like, trashed it. How did you trash? I went through looking for the key to the safe originally, and I trashed looking for it.
He knows from other times I've told him that my dad had 4 guns in the safe up in my mom's room, but it was locked and I didn't know where the keys were.
That morning, though, the lack of keys was little more than a speed bump.
And then I let him into the safe, and that's when he hit it a few times and then told me to pull it out. And he made me pull it out.
What did he hit it with?
The axe he got in my garage.
I was just, like, holding it up, and I was like, do it. Okay, and what happened after that? He just kept crying and opening the safe. And he had to help me pry it open.
According to the videos found on Alec's phone, this appeared to be the truth.
Open it! Open it.
I'm trying.
Additionally, when searching Devin's house, police found the scene just like it was described. However, they still suspected something wasn't quite right about Devin's story.
He hit open the gun safe with the axe a bunch of times, tried with the crowbar, and that's how he pried open the door without the key. It like popped out. He was making me help him so he didn't get too tired. Because he didn't want me to be able to run away. It was wearing me out a bunch, and he just kept telling me to, and I told him, like, I just can't anymore. And so he grabbed the crowbar and pried it open and just, like, broke it. Basically, it's just, like, bent a bunch.
What were you writing on the walls?
The voices win.
The voices win?
Yeah.
And where did you write that?
In his mom's closet.
More about these mysterious voices and the nature of the writing would be investigated in due time. Back with Devin, he told police everything he and Alec took out of the safe.
He got all the guns, put them in his backpack, and then he told me to follow him, which is when he recorded the video of making me do the cocaine because he was holding the gun to my head.
Doing.
I'm sorry.
Hurry the fuck!
Had you ever done cocaine prior to that?
No, I couldn't do all of it because it was like freaking me out too much.
Who loaded the guns?
Alec loaded all the guns, yeah.
So all the guns were unloaded when you were
Yeah, he made me hand him the ammo because he grabbed all the guns and then he loaded all the guns. I had to help him carry some stuff, but I carried the ammo and then I didn't touch the guns until he made me put them in the guitar case because he wanted it to be inconspicuous.
In the other room, Alec admitted to vandalizing Devin's mom's car and explained more about the reason.
So, after you set mom's car on fire, is mom's car on fire? Tell me about that.
He spray painted it, and then I put gasoline all over it, and then he lit it on fire.
When searching Devin's house, the police had seen this for themselves. The side of the car was tagged with the number 666, a pentagram, and the phrase, Society. The interior showed evidence of burning, but the fire had apparently gone out before the conflagration spread. In a story full of disturbing details, what Alec said next was perhaps the most hair-raising fact so far.
How did you guys get into school when you got there?
Oh, we just walked in.
So tell me when you get to Miss Harper's room, what happens?
I lie and say, I need to talk to this kid. When really I didn't want to go to the room. And basically, my aunt was in there for what reason, I don't know. And I was like, you need to leave.
Grace, Alec's aunt, who goes to the same school, spoke with police too, and shared her memories of the interaction.
He said that Devin was kind of upset and he thought he was going to get in a fight with us. He said he was going to calm Devin down.
Speaking of counselors, that morning, Devin's guidance counselor had been trying to track him down anyway. According to her, he was not on track to graduate in 3 days, since he was failing all of his classes.
Do you think he knew what was going to happen?
I hope not, but I feel like that's a possibility.
Devin, meanwhile, tried to explain his plan.
I was still kind of trying to talk him out of it and get help, but my plan was to leave. And then I was going to go to the office and I was going to tell them anyways. Because I was just going to leave my suitcase, or not the suitcase, the guitar case in there. Had the suitcase handle. I was just going to leave. I left it in there and I went to the office and told Miss Harper I was sick. Mitchell walked me to the office because she told him to.
Why did you want to go to the office?
Because I wanted to see if I could just report him and get anything, but he threatened me. He said he was still gonna kill people over the phone. He said he would kill me and everybody in the office.
Mitchell, another senior at STEM, had no idea what was about to happen, but reportedly had problems with Alec.
Do you know Mitchell?
I never talked to him. I try not to associate with him. Basically, all I ever hear about him is how he hates me.
How do you hear that he's saying all this stuff?
Through Devin.
Okay, how is Devin hearing it?
Because that's all Mitchell talks about, apparently.
When the police spoke with Mitchell directly, though, he did not mention having any issue with Alec. However, he did report an incident with Devin that took place a few months earlier.
Yeah, I was like, hey, Devin, hey, was ignoring me. And then I said, is the skinwalker dead or something like that? And then he turned around. Well, at least I've got a loop away from him. And I'm not going to lie, I thought I had crossed my mind that he would seem like kind of the person who would try to harm other students. Very sarcastic and generally kind of mean with his remarks.
Mitchell would have more to add to the investigation later. For now, the detectives continued to question Devin.
I didn't tell Mitchell.
You walked to the office?
Because I didn't want him to freak out about anything. I wanted to get to the office so I could tell an adult and get the security officer so no one freaked out.
Okay. So you go back to the office, then what?
They gave me some water and stuff because I said I was feeling sick and dehydrated. Because I was all sweaty and freaked out from the cocaine because I just kept running trying to lay and get him to Candy's mind. They normally gave me an ice pack and some water. I drank all the water with the ice pack on my head. Then they left the room and closed the door. And that's when I checked my phone and saw his thing.
Devin hadn't been shy about expressing this exact concern to the officers on scene at the school, as he insisted that he only wanted to save everyone.
He came to the door outside of the office. He Snapchat messaged me that he was going to rush the office and kill me and everyone in there. I didn't come back. And I was super freaked out because, this is the worst thing I've ever been through. I can't remain calm, but he's doing that. I was just so freaked out and like shaky when I got there.
When you guys were walking down that hallway, did you guys talk about it? How did you guys decide what doors to go? Tell me about that.
I said you cover the other door, so we went through separate doors.
Devin picked up the story when he and Alec entered Miss Harper's room.
So, we both entered at the same time? I think so. And I set down the suitcase and I tried to get leave one more time, but he seemed like he wasn't listening to me. He was pissed off, so I grabbed the suitcase and I was gonna leave, but then I saw Alec like look at me and like kind of like nod at me because he knew I was trying to leave, because I opened the door again and I closed it and just opened the suitcase and told everybody to stay down. Not move. And then I was just gonna run.
Alec, however, added a tiny detail that had the potential to change everything.
And he picks up the guitar case, acts like he's gonna leave, tells Miss Harper that he's leaving, and then goes to the door and takes off the magnet slip so no one from the outside could get in.
The magnet was a standard security feature on all the doors at STEM school that were instituted as part of the lockdown protocol. If moved from their place, the strips would immediately lock the doors, securing everyone inside and locking out anyone who is outside the room. The police likely wondered why Devin hadn't addressed this tiny detail if he was an unwilling participant, but they would return to this later. In the course of the investigation, the police also spoke with Ms. Harper, the teacher in room 107 when the shooting took place.
Grabs the guitar case. It's kind of really loud. Shuffling, shuffling, shuffling. Just to the point now where it's getting weird. Like, I'm like, why are you being so loud, child? And I thought he was just being rude to his classmates. In front of the door, he drops the guitar case, blocking the door. That's when I saw him pull the gun.
Back with Devin, the police tried to clarify more details.
Who pulled out a gun first? Alec was pulling it out, and that's when I pulled mine out and told everyone not to move because I saw Alec reach for it because that was what he told me he was going to do.
Devin said nobody move. And then that's when everyone started freaking out. And that's when like everything goes blurry. I still can't comprehend the fact that I did that. And like I still can't comprehend what I did.
A video clip from Snapchat hinted that this might not have been an entirely foreign feeling for Alec.
I feel like this isn't real.
What was Devin doing this? Could you see or hear him?
No, there was like a crowd of people jumping towards him trying to get the gun away from Devin. And there was the other half of the class was coming towards me. And so that's when I was like shooting aimlessly.
Kendrick and Brendan both at the same time just rushed against me, and they like tackled me and hit me, which is when the gun I was holding went off.
It was so quick. It was as if he said, everybody don't move, and then all of a sudden, bam, he's against the wall.
Did you say anything to Kendrick or Brendan when they came at you?
I told Kendrick and Brendan when they were rushing me, I started to yell no. And I was like trying to throw it down, and that's when I threw it down. And I was like, Brendan, no, I'm serious. Hey, here's the gun. Like, there's another gun in there. Alec has 2 guns. He has a Beretta and the revolver, and he's trying to kill everyone.
When the police talked to Brendan directly, he said that's not how his confrontation with Devin went at all.
At that moment, my brain went, this has to be a joke. This is nanoseconds. I know it's nanoseconds because of how fast things went. Kendrick shot up, and by time Devin was on the board, I was up behind Devin delivering blows. During this confrontation, at the whiteboard where we were trying to move to the ground, I heard 1 or 2 shots. 1 or 2. During the wrestle, during the initial, when he brandished a weapon, he had maybe fired. Not too sure about that, but Josh was still was doing what he needed to do. As Devin laid on the ground and his hand was coming near, he attempted to twist the pistol back towards my and Josh's head and my head. When I saw this happening, I delivered as many blows as I could to the arm and was able to peel his fingers away from the grip of the handgun. At that point, he started apologizing. He immediately stopped resisting.
Devin, on the other hand, said he never resisted at all.
And I willingly just let Brendan grab the gun and take it, and then I immediately told him where all the other guns were, that Alex had a gun, what his name was. I told everybody where my stuff was, where everything was.
What was Alec doing when this was happening?
I couldn't see anything because Josh and Brendan held me down. And then Brendan got all the guns, gathered them, and then I don't know what happened. I was just laying on the ground telling people information so we could get out. I thought I heard more gunshots. I just heard a lot of yelling and screaming. I was just so in shock and freaked out. My ears were ringing from the gunshot because it was really close to me because he tackled me, and that's why I just laid down.
Alec offered an alternate perspective on the chaos that followed the initial gunshots.
I don't remember who shot first, but I started freaking out because I still couldn't comprehend what I was doing. And I just started shooting randomly.
Shooting randomly? Yeah. At people, in the air, in the building, or what? In the air. Tell me how you were, can you show how you were shooting?
I was just kind of like that.
Okay. And you were moving your hand? As you were moving your hand, were you pulling the trigger?
Yeah.
Miss Harper, though, didn't seem to think that Alec's aim was random.
Alec, I believe, had shot at me. I had a bullet casing burn here. I tripped back and fell into the bookcase. And I fell down to the floor. I thought for a moment that Alec was standing over me to make sure I was dead. And so for a few seconds, I played dead.
How many shots do you think you fired?
12.
How do you know that?
Because that's how many rounds was in the gun, and then it stopped shooting.
Alec exited the classroom intending to get the second gun. However, the students of 107 weren't having it.
So you said that a kid tackled you, was hitting on you? Or he was hitting you?
Yeah.
Sorry. Tell me about that.
This was after I started shooting, and he went onto Miss Harper's desk and jumped on me, and I tried to get out into the hallway, and then he started, banging my head against the floor, and then I, bit him to get him off me, and that's when Miss Harper, shoved him away and got on top of me.
I had Alec in my hands, and I was terrified that I didn't know all of a sudden if Alec, part of me was like, am I going to break this kid's neck? And I'm like, is this a shooter? Is this an innocent kid that got the gun? I don't know, let go. So I let go. Everybody was screaming out of costume screaming. I started screaming down the hallways, lockdown, 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 and my only goal was to get the rest of the school in lockdown.
She succeeded. Ms. Harper and several students made it to the office, where the lockdown alarm was activated throughout all of STEM school, saving countless lives. From there, she also called 911 and reported that 2 of the students who made it out with her had gunshot wounds.
I didn't know how many there were, so I wanted everybody on lockdown so we can see. I didn't want anybody wandering the hallways if they were there.
I don't want to see it.
While Ms. Harper tried to come to terms with what she'd lived through, Alec explained what happened after getting tackled.
And then that's when the teacher showed up, and he was in awe, and he took the gun and then put it on the floor because some kid got shot. I don't think he knew I was the one who had the gun. I think he just thought I was a kid who found the gun and was freaking out.
The teacher in question was the school IT worker, Mr. Pritchard, whose office was just across the hall from room 107. Alec was right. Mr. Pritchard had no idea that Alec was one of the shooters.
He gave it to me very easily, and so in my mind, he wasn't involved. So as I was walking into the classroom, Brandon's walking towards me with a semi-automatic pistol in his hand, and he's holding it by the barrel with the handle out towards me, and he walks up to me and hands it to me, and I take it. So at that point, I have 2 pistols in my hands. I walk over and I see Kendrick lying at an angle towards the front wall of the classroom.
Unattended in the hall, Alec took advantage of the opportunity.
I went in, go to my backpack to get another gun because no one else knew I had that. And I was going to shoot myself, so I'm starting to walk away, and the security guard comes up with a gun in his hands.
and tells me to put it down. And I'm basically like, okay. I put the gun down, and he like kneed me to the ground, like put his knees on me.
The security guard, Sam, who subdued Alec, realized that something was wrong while taking his break all the way across the building. As soon as he heard the words shooting and room 107, he started running, weapon drawn. Sam spoke with the police directly multiple times.
I'm asking Alec, hey, are you alone? Where's the other shooters? What's going on here? Alec's only response was, kill me now. I don't deserve to live. Things are getting louder. They're coming. I'm like, who? Where? Alec kept replying and saying those things to me. Just kill me now. They're getting louder. I see an AR rifle and someone in plain clothes coming through the hallway. I didn't hear a breach. I didn't hear police or any of that. And I yelled security. I fired around.
One of the bullets from the friendly fire injured someone in room 106. Back with Alec, the police asked about some specific details.
Do you know if you hit any kids?
I don't. My aim's not good, so I'm not sure if I hit any kids. But I know Devin shot. He fired, and I don't know if it was me or him that hit this kid.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember his name.
Is it a male?
Yeah.
Did you see what happened to that kid?
All I know is he was on the ground, and I could hear him like screaming.
Did you see if that hit anybody?
Andrew.
Okay.
Did you see that? I think Josh got hit, but I don't know if that was Alec or if it went through Kendrick, because I heard someone say exit wounds.
Statements from the witnesses revealed far more about who had been injured. As soon as Brendan noticed that Kendrick was down, he rushed to his side, while Josh kept Devin down.
I came over, immediately started tapping him. Kendrick, stay with me, you all right? No response. His breathing was completely staggered. His eyes rolled back.
In the midst of all this chaos, Brendan managed to call 911. Help was nearer than he expected, though, as he was aided immediately by Mr. Pritchard, who's a former Navy sailor.
And I asked Brandon if there was anything I could use to apply pressure to Kendrick's wound. He didn't find anything, so I just went ahead and started putting pressure with my hand. At that point, he was breathing. It was like he was almost kind of moaning with like some spittle coming out of his lips. I see Josh laying on top of Devin, and I looked and I saw Josh had some blood marks on his legs, but it didn't look like they were growing, so I just figured, okay, he's okay for now.
Devin Erickson, while still on the ground being held down by Josh, was going, Alec made me do it, I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault, and then just threw an absolute fit of aggravation. I got up in his face and I screamed as loud as I could, shut the fuck up. Where then Mr. Pritchard then responded with, please don't do that, keep your voice down. Devin then responded, there's a jacket out in the hallway to put pressure on. The left doorway.
While Brendan went to get the jacket, Mr. Pritchard made a grim discovery.
I looked back over and Kendrick stopped breathing at that point, and I was fearful that he had passed. I tapped him on the cheek. Hey, come on, stay with me. Checked for a pulse. I didn't get one.
In the hallway, Brendan didn't find the jacket. Instead, he ran into the security guard and Alec.
And from the other end of the hallway, behind a little jut out for the size of the classroom, was a security guard. He was brandishing another Glock, and he told me to drop to the ground. I immediately did, and I yelled, 2 students have been shot, I do not have a gun, we have one of the shooters in there. He then told me to crawl to him, and that is when I noticed that he had the second shooter, Alec, in handcuffs, off to the right side of the hallway.
How long do you think that'll took?
Couldn't have been more than 2 minutes.
In addition to the carnage in the classroom, Alec's next comment made the situation even more hair-raising.
So when you saw these kids, especially Kendrick, go down, what was going on in your head? Was it, I'm going to continue shooting, or I'm going to help them, or was something else going on in your head?
Everything was quiet. Like, it's only quiet when, like, everything's, like, they're satisfied with what I'm doing. That's the only time they're quiet is when I listen to them.
Alec's Aunt Grace said that Alec had previously reported hearing voices, but the family was unsure if this was true. As opposed to the silence in Alec's mind, Devin seemed to have experienced the resulting chaos in a blur. He only seemed to remember bits and pieces of what came next.
Then what happened? I got handcuffed, obviously, because the people came in because Josh just held me down and I just let him. And he said he was hit, and I just kept telling him, just wrap something around his leg and save himself. And just looking, I kept telling everyone about Alec and what he was wearing because I didn't want other people to get hurt. Because I knew he was just going to keep going, killing people. And now everyone's going to think I'm a monster.
By this point, police made entry into the school to attend to the wounded, rescue the students, and, of course, detain Alec and Devin. Meanwhile, word was getting out about the calamity at STEM. Devin's friend David recalled the chilling moment he found out what was happening.
I got a message saying that there were 3 shooters and that one of them had purple hair, and immediately I just went like, Devin, it's gotta be Devin.
With all of these statements, the police now knew what had happened. The reason why, however, remained elusive.
So why were you planning to do this?
I feel like I was doing people a favor, like showing them the real world. I'm basically showing people how I feel.
Was your intention to shoot people today?
Not really. I wanted to shoot, but I didn't necessarily want to kill anyone. I just want them to have something bad happen to them. I'm still, I'm just in awe about how I let my thoughts get to be like this, how I thought I was in control, but I'm not. I was just thinking, I'm just doing what everyone expected me to.
At what point did you know that Alec was going to hurt students or shoot the school? Or shoot anybody at the school?
Once I knew he was going to, when I saw the axe, and he was getting really pissed off at me with the cocaine and stuff, and he told me I better get back. I was thinking I could still talk him out of it and convince him not to, that he was just probably going to do something stupid, because at first I thought he might just, but obviously not.
Okay. So when he had the axe, that's when you first thought that?
That's when I was like, okay, he's serious, he's gonna hurt me if I don't cooperate with him.
Alec said that actually wasn't the case.
What was your intention if he didn't do the cocaine?
I really wasn't going to do anything.
This wasn't the only discrepancy the police had noticed. They began to press Devin harder about some of their concerns, but his responses ended up raising more questions than they answered.
When Alec messaged you and asked you to pick him up at school, you went back to the school, you picked him up. Did you ever see a weapon on him?
No, I was just really worried about him because I thought he might hurt himself too. But I was also a little bit scared because, I know he has all those problems, and I know he was going to snap or something.
Alec, though, said that Devin decided he was willing to go through with the attack on his own.
We weren't going to go through with it, but then he was like, I'm back, and, I'll do what you want me to. And I was like, okay.
Aside from when you made threats to him at home, with the axe and all that stuff, did he say anything to him? Threatening, or?
I was just, I don't know. He was just, okay with everything. I think he thought that I had a point. I think I actually got into his head, and he was listening to me.
On that note, the detectives began to wrap up Alec's interrogation.
I hope no one died today.
Tragically, there was one fatality at the STEM shooting. Kendrick, the first student to rush Devin, had been shot twice and was pronounced dead shortly after the responding officers dragged him to safety. Officers met with Kendrick's parents to answer what questions they could, and in the process learned more about what a hero Kendrick was. His parents described him as kind, outgoing, and a friend to everyone.
They asked, are you surprised that he would do that? And immediately both of us were like, that doesn't surprise us. You're going to pull one kid out there and it has to be mine, that has to have this happen. I just can't figure it out. We get to view him today. Since the last time I seen him alive, and
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
The initial interrogation concluded, but the police would soon speak with Alec again and learn that there was still more to be uncovered. Devin, on the other hand, stuck to his story and professed his innocence.
Did you ever try telling an adult at any point? Yeah, so I went to the office to try and tell the adults, and I was going to try and tell Miss Harper, but he was already in there.
After he loaded up guns and brought
Yes,
them
and he
to
had
school.
them loaded up and brought to the school, because the thing was, once he made his plan clear and had the axe, I didn't have a way to go to anybody, because that was the last time we were at the house.
Did it ever cross your mind to tell an adult before that point?
No. Because I had all these other reasons and all these things he was telling me. And I believed him because he was seeming like he was fine. And he told, like, he was fine. So I didn't think it was anything to worry about.
You didn't think it's anything to worry about when somebody tells you don't come to school tomorrow?
I thought he was still, like, he was just, like, still messing with me a little bit. All of us just joke about that stuff. It's just like teenage boys do that stuff. I never thought he would do all that.
You realize we were teenage boys.
Yeah, I know. But my parents don't really understand that humor, so I just figured I'd say that. I'm sorry. Oh.
In talking to so many witnesses, it became clear that Devin was known for his dark humor. However, his friend David took it one step further.
I wouldn't call him violent, I don't think, right off of the bat, but he has sociopathic tendencies. He's a very cold person. He gets angry really fast, and he's very irrational. He would have like these bipolar bursts where he would just snap at us, tell us to off or whatever, and he really seemed to victimize himself as soon as any kind of blame was put on him. Very big liar. He's manipulative. I see Devin as a lost cause.
It's not your fault. There's nothing you could have done that prevented it, because you seem like a pretty nice guy. Devin made these decisions on his own, and then this doesn't come down on you. Because keeping it in is going to be the worst thing for you. And you're going to have a lot of friends out there that are going through the same exact thing. So be there for each other, okay? Check in on each other. And, talk them off.
David also shared that Devin had recently broken up with his girlfriend. Another Snapchat saved on Alec's account offered a potential explanation why.
Also, kind of, ever since I pulled a knife on my girlfriend's dad, I've been going far.
Devin was appearing more suspicious by the minute, but the question of his involvement wouldn't be resolved for quite a while. For now, the police were unconvinced by his claims of innocence, and both Devin and Alec were taken to jail. While in the county jail, Devin kept busy with many phone calls, including this fraught interaction with his parents.
The only thing was, today was like Julia, Dr. Tyndall thing was they were prepping me for the state hospital visit thing, so it was really stressful, because they were doing fake, Devin, let's not talk about that. Dad, this is not about the case. We're allowed to talk about this. I don't know why you're so freaking touchy. I just always want to make sure we take the safe route, that's all. Whatever. So, anyways, I was talking about one freaking thing with you guys.
However, it wasn't just family members that Devin kept up with. It seems that somehow, despite being under lock and key, he began a romantic relationship with a girl named Melanie.
For my baby.
Yeah, son in April.
But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows in that relationship either.
You told me that your love for me was a joke.
I don't know why you call me if I make you so miserable. Just because it's just fun to make fun of you sometimes. Say bronchitis without stuttering.
Bronchitis.
You stuttered, so.
No, I didn't. You're taking advantage of me. You're using me for your entertainment. I thought I had a special place in your heart.
Yeah, you do. It's last. I'm gonna dump you for Peppa Pig if you don't shut up.
Oh my God, stop. There are tears on my face right now.
Why?
Because I don't want that to happen, and I'm so confused right now.
Devin wasn't the only one who kept in touch with the outside world, though. 9 months after Alec and Devin were arrested, Alec reached out to detectives to share additional details about the case. When they got to talking, many of the sinister details the police had suspected all along were finally confirmed.
Plan was, it was going to look like I was the one that was killing all these people, but it was Devin, but it was going to be pinned on me because he was going to shoot me in the head. He was going to come out like the hero in this situation. He was going to essentially stop me.
Why did you do that for Devin?
Because I felt like he was going through a lot of pain in life. I felt like he was going through a lot, and I wanted to help him.
What if you guys got caught?
We didn't think we'd get caught.
Or get arrested?
Another inconsistency between Alec's new statement and what Devin said in his interview on the day of the shooting emerged when the investigators came to the topic of the firearms.
Who loaded the guns?
Alec loaded the guns.
Why didn't you leave then?
Because he had me in the corner of the closet. I was backed up. There was no doors I could go to. He still had the guns, and the ammo, and the hatchet.
Devin briefly touched on this while talking with Melanie after he was arrested.
You put a gun in my head in the same street at my school.
I'm sorry.
Wait, you're not Alec.
If Alec's new story was true, it threatened to undercut Devin's accusations entirely.
At any point as this was happening, was Devin trying to leave?
No.
Get out of the closet at all?
No.
Even on the day of the shooting, the police noticed issues with Devin's story and didn't hesitate to call him out.
Why didn't you flee the house?
I was in the back of so in this closet in my mom's room, there's only one door. He was on that side. The safe's laid down in the middle, and I'm on the other side of the safe. He told me to stay on that side.
Right, well, what I don't understand is how is he loading the gun?
Because he made me give him the bullets while still holding the hatchet. He grabbed the guns with his other hand, and then that's when he made me hand him the ammo. He told me to sit down, still holding the hatchet, put one bullet in and put it in the magazine and cocked it so there's one in the chamber he could aim at me.
Devin insisted he was innocent, but something else he said that day led the police to believe he was anything but.
And the only way I'd let him live is if he helped me.
It's possible that Devin just got tongue-tied, but police had to wonder if this was the truth slipping through accidentally.
So a lot of this to me sounds like self-preservation.
Then why do I have videos of him threatening me, and why do I have all the evidence? If you find his iPhone, you will see a video of me crying while he makes me do that. This kid gave me cocaine, and you're expecting me to think straight?
Before you did cocaine.
I'm freaking the out, dude.
Again, Devin said something during one of his jail calls that made this defense even more questionable.
The cocaine made me aggressive. I was, literally about to do shrooms one night, and then Alex sent me a picture of, want to come do cocaine. And I was sure. Yeah, I'm so glad I started doing cocaine, because that was great for me. 10 years off my lifespan.
In fact, Devin claimed that his substance use history was far more extensive than he'd initially let on.
I think I smoked too much weed, and I permanently did that to my brain. I was on cough medication every day for 4 months straight.
On another occasion, Devin said that Alec talked him through a particularly intense trip that included some very dangerous decisions.
And so basically Alec was like, I'm gonna stay on the call with you so you can talk to me through this. And so we fucking he just talked to me, and I drove all the way home.
9 months later, in Alec's second interview, Devin's so-called video evidence is brought into question in a discussion with the investigators.
The videos that you made at the house, that was... Tell me again why.
So it would all come together in the plan that, I have proof in case he didn't come out there. I had proof that, or he had proof that I made him do it.
Okay. To make it seem like he was forced into this?
Yes.
Okay. Was he forced into this?
No. It was a mutual agreement. It took us a couple times, 3 times to actually shoot this video.
Okay.
The first time, we were laughing, and we couldn't get it, through the video, and then the second time, it was, I just didn't think it was convincing enough, and the third time was this is good enough.
So after the video is shot, are you still holding the gun to his head, or
no.
do you put it down, and you guys are, buddy again?
No, I put the gun away. The gun was on safety the whole time.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna shoot him. He was talking about how he has two alter egos, two like split personalities, I don't know. And he was saying that one of them is like the pussy Devin, one of them's like the wimp Devin, and the other one's like has a god complex. After that we were hugging, I was saying goodbye to him. He said he was glad he met me, and he is sorry he's never gonna see me again.
During Devin's interview on the day of the shooting, the police had noticed yet another inconsistency.
So, how many times did you say you've been shooting?
Maybe like 4 times total.
Okay. So, knowing that, how did Kendrick get shot?
Kendrick got shot because my finger was right there still. I was still grabbing it. My finger's right there. He bumps into me because they're rushing me, and they're actually hitting the barrel end of the gun with their body and grabbing me.
Was your finger on the trigger?
My finger was next to the trigger, but it wasn't over the trigger because I wasn't going to hurt anybody. I was just going to tell everyone to stay and then run.
So
I tried to throw it down.
What was going through my head was, should I kill myself to save these people? Do you mind if we take a break?
Absolutely. Do you need any water or anything? We'll step out, but it's a secure building, so we've got to kind of walk anybody anywhere we go.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll just be outside.
Police likely had to wonder if any show of emotion since the day of the incident was ever genuine.
Why didn't you just open the door and say, Alex got a gun, get out?
Because he was still going to shoot people.
But you knew he was going to shoot somebody either way.
But I was going to try to stop him. That's why I went to the office, so I could try to get to an adult who would be able to do it, so the school didn't, people weren't just freaking out.
But you still didn't tell anybody.
Yes, because he told me he was going to the office because he was going to kill me.
Okay.
And everybody inside the office.
Does it matter because he was going to kill people?
Doesn't matter. It does matter because I was trying to save everybody, not just me.
After composing, Alex said something else that, if validated, obliterated Devin's previous claims.
Did he ever tell you, hey, I can't go through with this, I'm going to refuse to go through with this, I'm backing out, anything like that?
He never told me anything like that.
It wasn't just what Devin hadn't done that led investigators to suspect that he'd helped instigate the crime. Mr. Pritchard, who had tried to save Kendrick, discovered this disturbing footage of Devin leaving the office and meeting up with Alec.
He said, let's go or something.
In his interview soon after the incident, the detectives had tried to get the truth from Devin, but he wouldn't budge.
So again, at what point did you try to stop him?
There was multiple times he just kept threatening me.
Not what I'm hearing.
That's exactly what I'm hearing.
Literally, you're separate.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you guys anymore until I have a lawyer and my dad. Get him in here because you guys aren't listening to me. I'm telling you something. I have evidence. I can show you all that. I gave you all this. And you guys are still just making it like I tried so hard.
Since Devin wanted to speak with a lawyer back then, the detectives departed, leaving him alone in the interrogation room where his pleas of innocence continued.
I'm innocent no matter what I'll tell you. I'm innocent, okay?
In the interview now, Alec's story included even more drastic changes.
Tuesday the 7th. On that specific day is when Devin had that specific class that he wanted to shoot up.
Mitchell, the student Devin had a verbal altercation with, had been in room 107, but that wasn't all. Mitchell said that Devin disliked Ms. Harper because she demanded her students make an effort in class. Alec's statement seemed to support the theory that the attack was very carefully timed.
The only person I really truly remember shooting at is Mitchell. Yes, the rest of him.
Where was Mitchell at when you were shooting at Mitchell?
He was on the ground looking up at me.
As it turned out, Alec's aim was true. Mitchell had given his statement to police from a hospital bed after the incident.
I remember just after the first gunshot, I remember standing up and running. I remember more gunshots. I remember falling over. I run towards that door, and I passed Kendrick, and he's laying down, face down, not moving, and he's at me.
He told police that he and several other students fled through the cafeteria and out of the school.
I run, past them,
I want to say 4 buildings before I went out of breath. I'm like, this is so weird. Why am I out of breath? And then I reach behind me and feel my back. I pull my hand forward, and there's blood there. I didn't know that I got shot.
Mitchell's classmates had applied pressure to the wound and called 911. When more shots were fired, later determined to have been fired by Sam, a Good Samaritan had helped move the group inside to the safety of his house. Paramedics arrived shortly afterwards to take Mitchell to the hospital. Back with Alec, police learned even more about Devin's involvement in the lead-up to the crime.
Did you guys do, I guess, any other sort of research into how to carry this plan out?
Not to how to carry the plan out. It was when Sol Pais came to Colorado, and we heard that she has like Columbine tattoos. That's kind of when we started searching up Columbine.
Okay.
And it wasn't to execute this plan. It was just kind of trying to put the 2 and 2 together with Sol Pais and the Columbine.
Sol Pais was a student who received national attention when she became the subject of a large FBI manhunt after she was found armed in Colorado on the 20th anniversary of the Columbine school shooting. Given her obsession with that incident, police believed she was planning a copycat massacre at Columbine School on its anniversary. Facebook records indicated that Devin and Alec had discussed Sol Pais at length, even sending each other screenshots of her website and Instagram. Follow-up investigation had revealed even more on the subject of Columbine on Alec's Snapchat.
Tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of the Columbine shooting. It's like, geez, everything's going on in 1 week.
In hindsight, it seems disturbingly obvious why Alex saved this clip. Unfortunately, the video did not reveal who the speaker was. The police knew by now that Devin's interest in Columbine was not the only red flag. Back in the early days of the investigation, one of Devin's former classmates, Brian, had shared some chilling information.
He would like just come up behind me and do like all those school shooter jokes. Okay, and what kind of school shooter jokes would you say? When the pencil hits the floor, I'm gonna start shooting. I'm gonna take this 0 to Columbine real quick. Okay. How often would you say stuff like that? About every day.
Back in the present with Alec, the police had a few more things they wanted to follow up on.
In the interview with Detective Williamson, you mentioned something about gamer boat. Yes. Anything else?
I think it was blobfish.
Blobfish?
Blobfish. I'm sorry. Blobfish.
What is that?
That was going to be code word for Devin shoot me.
This memory was recovered from Alec's Snapchat, proving that they had in fact used the code word.
Around here, it's not a patio, it's a patio. Oh, I love those chairs.
Blobfish.
If this really was what the code word meant, it seemed that on the day of the crime, Devin would have had to know he would be shooting, if only at Alec all along. 9 months later, in Alec's new version of events, Devin was responsible for more than just the school shooting.
I was doing coke in the bathroom, and I came back, and he was like, he didn't have any clothes on. He had like his boxers on, and that was it. And he was sitting with his mom's nail polish and painting something about like the voices win in the corner of the closet wall.
Alex stated that it had been Devin's idea to vandalize his mother's car, and that still wasn't all.
Did you guys ever have a conversation about locking the doors?
We did have a conversation about taking the magnet strip off the doors.
With the security compromised at school, protecting everyone inside was the top priority. This was one of the main topics Sam discussed with the police. He said that STEM school was the only location where he was directed to not be armed, which felt odd to him. He chose to carry his weapon anyway, with the intention of protecting as many students as possible in the event of violence. Despite saving lives on May 7th, Sam still expressed regret that he did not do more.
I guess one kid was just reported dead. Yeah. Yep. So, but the best I can, man. I don't have any doubt that you, by your actions, saved lives. Oh yeah, you took literally one of the 2 shooters out. I just wish I could have saved all of them, man.
Surprisingly, Devin had reached out to police 9 months ago, the day after he ended his first interrogation by asking for a lawyer.
All I can think about is Kendrick. Everybody else fucking gunshot. They keep hearing the gunshot.
Are you aware that this was all over the media?
I assumed it would be, yeah.
So this might be your last opportunity to kind of tell the world what happened.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Did you help Alec carry this through?
It's only the price he made me.
At any point, did you plan on doing what Alec told you?
No, at no point did I plan on going through with this plan.
When asked about the perspective now, Alec had this to say.
I've changed my perspective on change on. My perspective has changed on me trying to protect Devin, and I need to keep my promises.
Who are you talking about in terms of your promises?
I talk. I'm not great at this. I talk to Kendrick a lot. I promised that I would do good for him. I promised I'm gonna help everyone that I can for him. I promised I'm gonna change for the better for him.
In 2020, Alec McKinney was sentenced to life in prison, plus 38 years after pleading guilty on several charges. Alec was ultimately convicted of 11 charges, including but not limited to murder after deliberation, murder with extreme indifference, attempted murder, and possession of a weapon on school grounds. Subsequently, Devin and Melanie did a lot of theorizing over the phone regarding what his fate would be.
There was no overkill. You, like, that one kid said you fought, but, like, no one else said you fought back, which, like, obviously you didn't. But, like, there's a lot of things that, like, show that you're not, like, a violent person.
Yeah, I wish the DA would just give me a deal so I didn't have to go to trial, so I could just, like, skirt. I was recorded and monitored, so, DA Brockler, if you're listening, I'll vote for you. If I told you that the police at my parents' house that I'm gonna get out in, like, 3 years?
I mean, that'd be sick, but no.
It's not gonna happen.
No, it's not.
Melanie was right. On September 17, 2021, Devin Erickson was sentenced to life in prison, plus 1,282 years, despite entering a plea of not guilty. He was convicted on 46 charges in total, including murder after deliberation, murder with extreme indifference, multiple counts of attempted murder, theft, reckless endangerment, and more. He is not eligible for parole. The robotics lab at STEM School has since been renamed in honor of Kendrick. His heroic actions meant that his was the only life lost that day at STEM. His parents still visit his grave every day. The other 8 victims all physically recovered, though the psychological impact on everyone at STEM is incomprehensible.
911, what's the location of your emergency? I'm reporting a missing child.
And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? And I'm like, no, you got nothing to hide. Give them your phone. If you were to go to demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious. Like, what are you doing?
I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the you want, but I don't know anything.
On February 25th, 2024, in Kissimmee, Florida, Madeline Soto celebrated her 13th birthday party with family and friends. The joyous occasion was quickly overshadowed by fear and panic just one day later, when her mother arrived to pick her up from school, only to learn Madeline never made it to class. Police and investigators launch a massive search operation, but as they piece together the clues from her last 24 hours, shocking evidence and glaring inconsistencies begin to emerge, suggesting her disappearance.
I'm just gonna put that documentary on pause for a sec. Yeah, that Caliban bomb, whatever the hell that is, that was some serious shit. But I'm just gotta go quickly change laundry. I'll be right back. Guess who's back again.
Parents may be connected.
Let me know when you guys are ready. When you're ready. First, make sure the urge close. I should go do another. Yeah, I should go do another. Okay. Just give me 1 sec here. Let me finish this off. Let me just get in the right zone. And I'll press play. Tell me if you guys can hear it or not, please. Okay, let me know if you can hear it or not, please, and thank you.
To a far more sinister truth. The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On the late evening of February 26, 2024, the Orange County Sheriff's Office receives a 911 call from a caller with a dire concern.
Do you need police, fire, or medical? Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child. Okay, and the child that you're trying to report missing, are you calling on behalf of the parent? Yes, on behalf of the mother. Okay, and then how long has it been though since you guys have last seen her? Since this morning. She was dropped off at school this morning, and apparently she never showed up. We called everyone we knew, no one seen her.
After collecting more details, the dispatcher assures the caller that a deputy will arrive as soon as...
Okay. Oh, it's advertisement. Fucking advertisement.
Il est temps pour moi de conclure. Préparez-vous pour un spectacle éblouissant. La base stellaire est sur le point de commencer. Tenez bien sur moi.
The fuck kind of advertisement is that?
Possible. However, no help arrives. She calls back 2 more times, attempting to express the urgency of the situation.
Do you need police fire medical?
No, it's not a medical issue. We have a missing child since this morning. We already called 3 times.
Yes, ma'am. I see you. They're waiting for a deputy to respond.
You're waiting for a deputy to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long more do we need to wait? It's a child missing.
I understand that, ma'am, but I'm just not able to give an ETA. I don't know when they'll be there.
So this is not important for you guys? Really?
No, we're very busy in the area. Look, I understand they'll be there as soon as they can, okay?
The chilling reason for the delay and what had deputies in the area so busy would soon raise more questions about the timing of her disappearance. At 7:48 p.m., Deputy Joseph finally arrives at the scene to meet with the missing girl's mother, 35-year-old Jennifer Soto, and her boyfriend, 37-year-old Stephen Stearns.
Hi there. Hey there.
What's going on?
So, was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to the school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
With more than one missing child in the area, the fear that she may have been abducted remains a possibility.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Just had her 13th birthday.
13. What was she last seen wearing?
Green hoodie, white Crocs, either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live. I asked all of them.
Is this like, did she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Typically, no.
Not typically.
No.
Okay. Why you doing? Does she have a phone number or phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I have it. And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, like, did she have like Apple Watch?
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
Her school laptop? Is that trackable? I don't think so.
It should be. If the Wi-Fi is turned off, it'll try to get connected to the Wi-Fi. So my legs are both here.
Without her cell phone, the laptop is their only hope of tracking Madeline's location. Attempts were made to locate the laptop, but unfortunately, the last pinged location was near downtown Orlando on February 22nd, 4 days prior to her disappearance.
Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she can barely explain this car. So she wanted me dropped off at school. She wanted me dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Did she ever go to school?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
A sudden phone call puts the room on high alert as family and officers alike wait to hear if it's news about Madeline.
Hello? Yes? Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you?
Stephen leads officers to the location where he believes he dropped her off for school, but apparent struggles with his memory give them a less than ideal start.
Was he here?
I can't remember the exact spot, but it was around where these communities were. Thank you. So it's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass down there. Where's the school? Just on the other side of the overpass.
With a general idea of where Madeline was last seen, officers begin to search a nearby apartment complex for any sign of the missing child.
No cameras up right now.
This day and age, there's no cameras pointing up.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can find something. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Deputy Joseph appears to have better luck as he reviews surveillance footage at a church half a mile from Madeline's school, where a young girl fitting her description was captured on camera in the early morning hours.
So there's like a car full. Yeah, he left and she walks onto property. And then she actually goes back onto property. I guess she left her. She's still sitting there. What they were saying, right? She had to comment to me. It's like, that feels intentional. Like, I don't want to be tracked. So I'm going to try to open it up like 10 minutes to see if she's on there. Yeah.
Oh, wait, there is a person getting out of the car.
She's on by 9.
Hopeful that Madeline's movements can be tracked, a K-9 search unit is dispatched in the intersection near the school where Madeline may have walked. The stakes are high, and every second counts. But after nearly 15 minutes of searching, they've yet to pick up her trail.
I mean, if I had to guess, get out of there. If I had to guess, you probably went that way. But, ow. He dumped her off here, or he dumped her off up ahead? Okay.
I should walk this way, coming back.
So her sound's probably all over here anyway. Yeah, it's a tough one. What are you telling me? No. Okay. Yeah, we can call it.
Back at the church, Deputy Joseph shares what he saw on the surveillance footage with Madeline's aunt.
It's blurry video, but it looks like a child sitting right there. And I don't see her getting into anybody's car in the video. I see her sitting on property for give or take 10 minutes and then walking off property. I don't know which way she went from there. Get more video. No.
Speculating that Madeline may have wandered away on her own, the officer asks if there's anywhere she may have gone that she wouldn't want her mother to know about.
I have no idea. We checked your phone. I didn't see any,
crazy stuff. Like, yeah, me neither, yeah.
I didn't see her trying to like plan anything with anyone. I just figured out what she's the type to do.
Just so I walk up and leave.
I don't see her doing that at all.
The mystery of Madeline's disappearance eludes law enforcement as a challenging night of searching meets a disappointing end. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the haunting question of where Madeline has gone and why leaves everyone grasping for answers. The following day, on February 27th, officers begin canvassing local neighborhoods, and the family makes multiple appearances in television interviews. As news about Madeline's disappearance spreads, some residents begin feeling the emotional impact.
Oh, is this about that little girl?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've been crying all day long.
Yeah, Jamie, she's been missing since 8:30 a.m.
Why aren't there any updates? I'm looking everywhere, but I kept saying to myself, I'm hoping she skipped school today.
While Orange County deputies continue knocking on doors, a detective heads to Madeline's school to speak with her best friend, in the hopes she may have heard from her, or has information that may lead to a breakthrough.
I thought it was fishy yesterday when she didn't text me at all, because usually even if she doesn't go to school that day, she texts me like the night or the day of, like she'll wake up early just to like text me like, hey, I'm not going to school. And she didn't yesterday, but I didn't think anything of it because I thought she like, oh, she like slept in or something.
Okay. Did you ever try to call her or text her or anything?
Yes, I called her.
And no answer?
No answer.
And that's completely out of the ordinary for her.
Yeah.
According to investigators, Madeline's phone was unplugged from the charger on February 26th at 7:04 a.m. It was then powered off around 15 minutes later, which they would determine is an unusual pattern according to historical phone data. As speculation that Madeline ran away from home continues, her friend drops a shocking revelation.
She had told like, when I turn 13, once I turn 13, I'm going to leave this house and never come back.
Why 13?
Because she would always brag, because I said that I can't wait to my birthday, and she was like, are you having a birthday party? I said no, and she was like, oh, I need a whole bunch of money, like $500 something. I think she was waiting to turn 13, that way she could get a whole bunch of money and go.
But where would she go?
I have no clue.
As the question of why Madeline would want to run away from home haunts the investigators, her mother, Jennifer, offers a simple explanation.
So this whole living in the woods thing, I have people like tromping through the woods right now on horses and ATVs and all sort of things, but has she ever mentioned that before?
The thing is, I started talking to her about World War III, just what's happening politically, and I'm like, I don't know what that means for us, but we'll see what happens. But I talked to her about World War III, so that's what I'm just saying.
How long ago was that? I mean, is that something that might have impacted her?
And that's why she said she wanted to go live in the woods.
As the detective asks Jennifer for her own insights, she poses a darker theory for what may have happened to Madeline.
Based off of everything, me knowing her and knowing how she is and how tight-knit we are, like, I don't think she would run away. I feel like she was taken, like, on that short walk from where she was dropped off to the school.
As investigators finish interviewing Madeline's friend, she shares one final detail that suggests a suspicious break in her usual routine. The friend shares that Madeline always preferred to be dropped off at school and had never walked her way to school from the church.
But yesterday, for some random reason, she wanted to be dropped off at the church.
I don't know if she's ever been dropped off at the church before or not. She has told me.
Okay.
The unusual circumstances leave detectives scrambling for answers, and they'll soon turn to Stefan and Jennifer to fill in the blanks. As officers continue canvassing, a second night falls with no valuable leads. By now, Madeline has been missing for over 48 hours. K9 Wyatt returns for a second attempt at locating her trail, this time beginning at Madeline's residence, where Stefan and Jennifer are waiting.
We're going to pull one more, and then we're going to have the dog sniff it out again and see if we can get another track going.
Can I get you, like, the last outfit you were wearing?
Has it been, like, with other clothes and all that, like your clothes?
She got mixed in with clean clothes and dirty clothes. Is it other people's dirty clothes, or is it just hers? Is her
about like a pillow that she likes to sleep with?
underwear? Is that, I mean, all that stuff works. Yeah, but you slept on the pillow this morning.
Oh, that's right. I snuggled with a pillow.
They settle on using a pair of her underwear from the bathroom, and the search begins. However, Stefan's curiosity will soon create an unexpected barrier to their efforts.
I'm gonna be going like right where you guys are. You guys can go inside if you want, because I just don't want him trying to track you guys.
Yeah. He's a pretty cute little guy. Just as long as everybody's inside. I'm not gonna go inside. I'm just gonna start at the front door. He's trying to open the door. Oh god. He opened the door. Sorry. He knows how to open doors.
After only a few minutes of searching, Stefan is seen lingering just around the corner, leading to frustration with the K9's handler.
No, sorry. He backtracks a lot, so he kind of just circles.
Unfortunately, no critical evidence was found in the second K9 search, and concerns around Madeline's whereabouts continued to escalate. By Friday, March 1st, 5 days after she first disappeared, Madeline is still nowhere to be found. Jennifer and Stefan have been interviewed multiple times, but inconsistencies in their accounts and shocking new evidence have thrown the case in a chilling new direction. As investigators meet with Jennifer to revisit their previous interviews, an intricate web of lies begins to unravel.
You want me to go to the whole family? Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Think we do Sunday.
Sunday. Birthday party. We spent the whole day at my mom's house. They celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before. She had the best day. You're so happy that I got home when I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me down from nowhere. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine.
Stefan previously explained to detectives that he doesn't live with Jennifer full-time, but rather splits his time between her house in Kissimmee and his parents' home in Northport, Florida, nearly 150 miles away.
And what does your time splitting look like? Are you here for days, weeks, months, something else?
Weeks at a time, yeah.
And so, I guess, when did you arrive this block of time that you were here?
Day before yesterday, actually.
So, like Saturday?
Yeah.
I think. So you got here Saturday night.
This is inconsistent with what Jennifer just told detectives, claiming Stefan arrived after her birthday party, which took place on Sunday night. However, even this timeline contradicts one of her earlier interviews, in which Jennifer struggled to remember exactly what day he made it into town.
How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
These are only the beginning of a string of contradictions that will soon raise major red flags. As Stefan's questioning continues, he's asked to describe how Madeline was acting following her birthday party on Sunday night.
She was just happy. Everyone was happy. There's nothing out of the ordinary. I can't remember anything particularly happening.
Jennifer continues to explain what happened just after she returned from work, and the reason behind her decision to break routine and have Stefan take Madeline to school the following morning.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds. I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my god, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of my guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep.
This disturbing admission further stressed the concerns detectives have had since Jennifer's initial interview, when she first explained their unusual sleeping arrangements at home.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room? Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs. But when also a lot of times we will sleep together in the king size bed, all three of us. Or sometimes Stefan will go upstairs and our bed alone. So it just really depends on what's going on that night with our schedules and what we're doing. Okay, where were you sleeping? Downstairs in the king size bed. Okay. Is it just you two here? Well, you guys have a roommate, right? We have two roommates. So what rooms do you guys use? The room downstairs, the master bedroom downstairs, and room number 4.
The house would later be thoroughly searched, and what investigators would uncover would leave detectives reeling. As Jennifer continues, she elaborates on how the concerning sleeping arrangements first originated.
The living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stefan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom?
It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the request for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened. And it has been many times that I've allowed her to have a summer party with him, to be alone in a bed with him.
The sleeping arrangements leave detectives seemingly uneasy. But with finding Madeline still the main priority, investigators asked Stefan to piece together the events of the following morning.
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30, 7:45-ish, maybe.
However, when Natalie, who lived in the house as one of Jennifer's 2 roommates, was asked if she saw the 2 of them getting ready in the morning, her answer seemed to contradict Stefan's account.
Did you see them all Monday morning?
By the time I was leaving Monday, no, I think I was leaving too early. I leave like around 7:45. I typically don't see them.
Were you probably gone before they even got up, maybe?
Okay. If Natalie's recollection is correct, she would likely have seen Stefan, as they both claim to have left the house at the same time. The timeline is even more muddied by a written statement to the police, in which Jennifer claims she physically saw Madeline getting ready around 8 a.m. Confusion over the truth is compounded as her story continues to change.
Between your initial statement to the police, a lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw, and then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Despite the inconsistencies, investigators move on to what happened after Stefan and Madeline allegedly left for school.
She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school. I get it. It's an image thing. I said, okay. Let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too. And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where she was supposed to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. Find out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. but she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. Looked like any other day.
And you said that that's typical of her to walk that distance?
Yeah, she likes the morning walks when it's cool. And she will sometimes like to hang out and wait for her friends. She's known to do that.
His statement seems to have raised suspicions with investigators, as Madeline's friend informs them that it isn't typical for her to be dropped off anywhere but in front of the school. Stefan also claims to have dropped her off between 8:20 and 8:40 a.m. But when confronted with what detectives saw on local street cameras, Stefan makes an abrupt change to his story.
So, why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? So, meaning going toward Kissimmee.
I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
Okay.
So yes, we'd gone out.
How far did you get before you came back down when you realized you forgot your clicker?
Nearly all the way to the school.
So you guys came back here to get your clicker?
Correct.
So when we look at the cameras in the front, it's going to show you coming back in
Correct.
here with her in the
yes,
car?
Yes, with her in the passenger seat,
okay.
Yes.
Footage from the apartment shows Stefan pulling up to the complex trash compactor at 7:35 a.m. in his silver sedan. He's wearing a red-colored shirt as he throws a trash bag inside the compactor and pulls away. A female, believed to be Madeline, is visible in the front passenger seat, appearing slightly slumped over. They leave and return to the apartment at 8:19 a.m., where Stefan appears to speak briefly with the security guard. Madeline still appears to be in the front passenger seat. The security guard was later interviewed, but his account burns another hole in Stefan's story.
Do you remember a resident coming through in a silver Lincoln sedan?
I do remember Lanai's face. I talked to him. He showed me his little clicker, and he's like, "Hey man, I'm clicking. It's not working." And then I went and I clicked the button. He went inside, and I just remember there was a woman like sleeping beside him with a green shirt.
If Stefan already had his gate clicker, his reason for returning to the complex falls apart, leaving investigators to question what else he may have lied about. They determine the trash compactor needs a closer look and begin the process of gathering a warrant to search its contents. Meanwhile, with more questions than answers, Stefan continues to explain what happened next after he returned to the area near the church and dropped Madeline off.
What did you do after you left the area?
I left to go to the local vape shop because I needed some more vape juice. They weren't quite open yet, so I ended up going back home. Waited about an hour or so and then went back and checked the vape shop again. It was open, so I got what I needed there and came out.
Do you remember what time you came home?
The first time was probably right around 10, close to it. Probably finished at the vape shop and came back home again a little after 11.
Okay. You said the first time that you hung out with a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Was there when you got here at 10? Okay.
I think so. She might have been at her blood appointment. Let me double check.
It's okay. We don't have to ask her right now.
Sorry, everything's a blur.
So she might have been here. She might have not have been here at the first.
I believe she was here because she was sleeping in as much as she possibly could because she's been messed up up in the work schedule. So she had to be here because she'd been on to sleep late.
With Stefan struggling to remember whether or not Jennifer was home when he arrived back at the apartment, investigators turned to Jennifer herself for confirmation.
When Stefan called me around 10:18 in the morning, I had stepped out to go get blood work done. And he had just let me know that he just got back home from running a few errands. I asked, did you guys ever stop at McDonald's? And he said no. She changed her mind. He tried convincing her a few times that she did not want McDonald's anymore.
At what time did you leave the house yesterday in the morning? Or what time did you step out, rather?
Let me see, around 9:30.
You left around 9:30. And then Stefan called you around 10 to say you got home?
Yeah.
If you
moving and need to offload items or are looking for items to furnish your new place, check out Carrot today. Recently, we found a new table online, and using Carrot, we found people to take our second one off our hands the same day. Carrot's not only great for selling, but buying as well. And we were in need of a shelf for the bedroom, and luckily this one was being given away for free since someone was moving, so I grabbed it right away.
Though Stefan claims he spent time with Jennifer before leaving for the vape store a second time, Jennifer's account suggests she wasn't home until after he returned. As confusion builds over the timeline, detectives review security footage from the street cameras and notice a flaw in Stefan's story.
Did you go anywhere else after the smoke shop?
Oh no, I don't think I went anywhere specific. I was just driving probably in the direction of home. But I don't remember stopping anywhere specifically.
And you were there for 5 to 10 minutes?
Roundabout, I think.
Okay, so like let's say you drop her off at 8:40. We don't see your car coming back south until 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing between 8:40 and 10 o'clock?
Cruising around a little bit.
Okay, but I asked you earlier, you know, like what you were doing, and you said you were there for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then you came back home.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It was just a normal day. I didn't have anything important to do. The smoke shop was supposed to open soon, so I made my way over there. Wasn't any particular rush, though.
Okay, but can you help me explain to them, because I don't know the explanation or the answer to this question, okay? So can you help me explain to them why there's such a delay in the time?
No.
With Stefan unable to provide an answer, more surveillance footage will need to be reviewed to track his movements. Meanwhile, a suspicious act by Stefan raises serious alarms for investigators.
I left my phone at home in the morning, too. I was so busy riding Herd over to get us out the door on time that I left my phone. She left her phone. We both left our phones.
Did you have your phone when you went to the smoke shop?
Not the first time after I dropped her off. I was still without it. I got my phone and went back to the smoke shop.
Okay.
Later when I got home.
And then I also noticed, I was checking your call history. I noticed that you don't have anything before this morning. Is that unusual on your phone?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the... Pardon me. I don't know what the heck I did, but somehow during the massive OS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
Jennifer also corroborates this story as she explains the moment the supposed accident took place.
And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
When asked, Stefan voluntarily hands over his phone, and investigators begin a forensic download to determine its contents. They uncover that at 12:12 p.m. on February 26th, the phone was factory reset by manually navigating to the device's settings, and that it had nothing to do with a system update. They also discovered that a password must be entered and that it's unlikely, if not impossible, to be done by accident. In the meantime, Jennifer explains that Stefan had an intense reaction to leaving his phone in the hands of the police.
So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stefan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have... And I'm like, no, you got nothing to hide. Give him your phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs forever. I don't give a... We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious. Like, what are you doing?
What they would later discover hidden in the data would shock investigators and completely change the course of the case. Meanwhile, as Stefan's account of the day continues, he explains that he left the apartment once again around 12:30 in the afternoon.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192. She was talking about making a BJ shopping list. She just wanted to make sure I was back in time for us to both go pick up. So I was visiting some card shops around the area on 192. I'm kind of a nerd, so we had a new trading card game release, and I was seeing what the situation was with it.
Jennifer describes Stefan as an avid gamer who collects figurines, trading cards, and retro toys such as Tamagotchis.
Do you remember what places you visited?
Yeah, Coliseum of Comics. Stopped by a couple Targets, and I was going to go to House Rules Games down by Oak and 192. I didn't make it that far. I got a flat tire on the way.
Between the factory phone reset and now the flat tire, the suspicious circumstances keep adding up. Jennifer continues, explaining what happened as the time approached to pick up Madeline from school.
2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I was just like, it's fine.
Investigators attempt to pinpoint where the tire change occurred, but once again, Stefan seems to struggle with his memory.
Do you remember where you got your flat tire?
It was on 192. I pulled into one of those plazas somewhere.
Do you remember the name of the plaza by any chance?
I don't.
Though investigators were unaware at the time, Stefan's flat tire would eventually be the key to a massive breakthrough in the search for Madeline. Meanwhile, Jennifer explains she went to the school to pick up Madeline, and more inconsistencies come up.
410 rolls around, and she's still not out, or 409. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave, and she's not here yet. So I take off, and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today, because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. So I left, thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty close to school. Let me go drive back down and wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 7 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. She's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. And I think at this point I call Stefan and I tell him she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at home today.
Later that evening, Jennifer, Stefan, and concerned family members met with police to report Madeline missing. Detectives noted several discrepancies in Jennifer and Stefan's accounts. Jennifer initially claimed she saw Madeline getting ready for school, later saying she only heard her. Curiously, she'd corrected Stefan on what Madeline was wearing earlier, despite initial statements that she never saw her.
Those white Crocs. Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay.
Additionally, a review of cameras near where Stefan supposedly left Madeline doesn't show his car in the area, and cameras capture him moving in the opposite direction at the time he was supposedly dropping her off at school. A license plate reader also captured Stefan 9 miles away in St. Cloud at the time he was supposedly heading toward House Rules Games in Kissimmee, where he disappears from cameras for approximately 54 minutes. With suspicious circumstances surrounding Madeline's disappearance, police prohibit Stefan and Jennifer from re-entering their apartment on the night of February 27th, 1 day following Madeline's disappearance. Jennifer's reaction to the news was far from what investigators expected.
I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something, and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are just, that you have the wrong person. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, you need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something.
On the night of February 27th, after the police seized Stefan's phone in their apartment, they booked a hotel with Stefan's dad, Chris, a retired Orange County police deputy. Chris will soon speak with police, sharing his own fears and suspicions about his son. Meanwhile, the following morning, Stefan's sudden absence from the hotel doesn't go unnoticed.
The following morning, I wake up at around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stefan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious again. Why is he trying to?
Well, we took his phone, so he got a new phone.
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad rolled up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone. But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a cup of Wawa and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel. But I'm here now." And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But he had a lot of luck out when he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and was down there for an hour and came back.
Cameras capture Stefan leaving the hotel lobby at 4:35 a.m. in Jennifer's car. The license plate reader captures him again 1 mile from his parents' home in Northport, Florida, nearly 150 miles from Kissimmee, at 6:29 a.m. Investigators urgently speak with Stefan's dad, Chris, as their suspicions surrounding Stefan's activities solidify their suspicions about it being connected with Madeline's whereabouts.
Did he tell you he was in Northport today? I'm assuming he did, based on the reaction. So, you need to take a seat? Or? No. Okay. He was in Northport? Yes. We have more than enough reason to believe that Stefan was in Northport today, at the exit that you take to your house. Our concern is we're conducting a missing person. Yeah. Given the proximity of that exit to your home, what we're trying to find out is if she's just hanging out in your house, you just want to get her somewhere safe, we want to put eyes on her, make sure she's okay.
Chris contacts his wife, who's currently at their house in Northport, to let her know that local police are on the way. Meanwhile, Chris theorizes that if Stefan were hiding Madeline, there may be another place worth searching.
They're going to come over and want to search the house for, apparently, can I tell them? Yeah. Apparently, Stefan made a trip down to Northport last night. Or this morning, I should say. I have no idea. But there's a storage unit, but he wouldn't have access to the keys to the storage unit because I have the only key to it. And that would have been locked in my car, and he would have had to come in my room, which he didn't have a key to get into.
Chris cooperates fully, giving police permission to search his home and the storage unit in Northport for any sign of Madeline. Meanwhile, Chris describes a haunting suspicion he shared with his wife once they learned of Madeline's sudden disappearance.
When I left last night, I said, hey, I turned to her and said, do we really know? Is he capable of doing something harmful to her? Why would you suspect that? Because some inconsistencies of phone calls he had with me didn't add up, okay? So I'll give you the sequence. He calls me mid-afternoon, 3-ish, maybe 3:45 or something, and say, I just had a flat tire. Okay, how did you get a flat tire? You just drove over to Kissimmee. You took her, maybe you're running an errand, but where would you have gone to get a flat tire?
It was several hours later, around 5 p.m., when Stefan told Chris that Madeline never showed up for school. Meanwhile, Jennifer shares similar concerns about his activities.
Him disappearing to Northport. What the hell is he? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the That to me is suspicious.
What Stefan was doing in Northport and how it's related to Madeline's disappearance will be revealed later. The home and storage unit are searched, but no sign of Madeline is found. In the meantime, Stefan is brought to the police station just after his return to the hotel on February 28th, unaware that his many lies are about to catch up with him.
Well, man, flat tire.
one had some blood and this one had some blood, but not much. It flooded fast.
Do you know what popped your tire out?
I have no idea. Tire just started going and then
Pretty worn out or something?
floppier and then just completely freaking separated. Thank God we had a spare and a jack. Janky as it was.
So typically when changing a tire and stuff, you tend to get brake dust and dirty and all that.
Yeah,
Did you happen to...
positive that I breathed in some freaking brake dust or tire dust or something because I was coughing the rest of the afternoon.
What'd you end up doing to clean up or stop the bleeding and stuff?
Nothing, actually.
So you didn't get too dirty?
Wash my hands and what was that?
Your clothes get all messed up and all, or...
Up there, surprisingly.
What were you wearing? Which ones?
This. Still wearing this. I'm still wearing the same clothes.
Oh, so you kept everything.
Try to, I guess.
Earlier surveillance footage showed him wearing a red shirt as he threw away items in the trash compactor, left the apartment complex, and returned with Madeline. However, when he's captured on camera at a smoke shop later that morning, his clothes have changed.
You were wearing a red shirt?
I was wearing a red shirt early in the morning. But I changed clothes later because that shirt was in a couple days with that one. And this tire happened after that.
After further review of security footage from the apartment complex, Stefan was seen visiting the trash compactor multiple times throughout the day. At 4:35 p.m., around the time Stefan claims he learned of Madeline's absence from school, he's seen throwing away a piece of a damaged tire. However, this wasn't the only thing Stefan discarded.
Too old to lie to people. Too old to beat around the bush. And we seem like we're having a generally good conversation right now. Okay? The only thing that I ask for from you is, and I will reciprocate, I want you to be honest with me as much as I'm being honest with you. Okay? Nowadays, cameras are everywhere. Okay? So, we see you got the guard check. Okay? We see you go by the dumpster. Okay?
I may have taken some trash with me then.
What was in the trash?
House trash.
House trash?
Yeah.
When you were in school, did she have her backpack with her?
Yes.
She did. Did she have her school computer with her?
Yes. Presumably, yes.
Presumably. Okay.
She should have.
Once again, this goes back with the whole honesty thing. There was things in that trash bag that got thrown away that probably shouldn't have been thrown away.
Near the tire, a Hawaiian print backpack, school laptop, and one white crock were found, all believed to belong to Madeline Soto. Stefan's story of watching Madeline walk toward the school with her belongings falls apart with this devastating discovery, prompting the detective to make a desperate plea for the truth.
Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash. So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching. I have kids, he's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I don't know what it is, but I'm pleading with you.
I don't know.
Although Stefan continues to deny the truth, the evidence against him is mounting. Detectives are far from finished as they prepare to confront him with the jaw-dropping discovery from his cell phone. A disturbing revelation that will be nearly impossible for Stefan to deny.
What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Emails. Old stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Trading card pictures. Lightsaber pictures. Disney pictures.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and...
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
And then sometimes when you reset your phone and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
I'm not sure. I assume so.
Do you have any pictures of you?
Probably. I mean, we went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that. All sorts of pictures. Family events.
Any other pictures that you think of?
On February 28th, 2 days after Madeline's disappearance, the digital forensics team was able to recover hundreds of images and videos from the phone and a Google Cloud account. The images date back as far as when Madeline was only 8 years old. Though few images show Stefan's face, a unique black mark on his genitals would later match those seen in the photos. More discoveries would later come from his search history, with horrifying implications.
Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So you want to add to the list of pictures?
No. Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find, and I'm really hoping you can help me.
Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
In a nearby interrogation room, Jennifer is presented with the distressing evidence. However, her initial reaction leaves investigators in shock.
We have his phone. We were looking into his phone. And there are some very, very unfortunate graphic pictures with... I wish I could tell you this was all a made-up story, but it's not. Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay? How are you feeling right now?
Can't breathe.
Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Yes. So, you know how we have his phone? Obviously, that's how we were able to find the photos in there.
I don't want to believe that this is true. Can I see some of that evidence?
What makes you believe that it's not?
I thought I knew him well enough.
Though investigators insist the photos are true, Jennifer continues to ask them to show her the proof. Despite their concerns that the images may be too difficult for her to see, they ultimately reveal one of the images to her. Jennifer's reaction, however, will soon lead the detective to a chilling conclusion.
So what do you think should happen to Stefan?
I'm afraid to say press charges, but what else? There's a side of me that wants to say he's innocent, that this isn't happened. Can I make one decision now and change my mind later? If I decide not to press charges?
handle my infrastructure later.
It's a lot to digest. Okay, so I don't want to make you answer that right now. But when we come back, we'll talk more about it. She's our main focus.
That's where I'm at. I know that has happened, but I'm not convinced that he didn't take her to school. I'm not convinced that he's the reason she's gone. Because if this had been going on for so long, what's the motive? Why Monday? Why that day? Why the day after her birthday when we were supposed to spend the entire week together and have such a great time? Like, we had plans. Like, we knew we were just going to be together that week and we were going to have a good time. So I just can't think, like, why?
When you say what's the motive, what are you assuming?
That she was taken. Not that anyone that I know has done something to her, because I feel like nobody I know would do something to her, would hurt her, would murder her, anything like that.
In addition to the photos, several items were located in a search of their apartment, including a firearm found in Stefan's room. In Madeline's room, a phone tripod was located inside a drawer, and a pair of men's underwear was found in a laundry basket. Police noted that a specialized light source was used on Madeline's bed, and areas of fluorescence were observed on her comforter. Additionally, Madeline's school notebook was found and appeared to contain graphic depictions of sexual acts. The evidence is enough to charge Stefan with sexual battery, and after more evidence is collected by police, he is placed under arrest. The investigators are still looking for Madeline, and despite the overwhelming evidence of Madeline's victimization, it still isn't enough to convince Jennifer that Stefan had something to do with her disappearance.
We know that. What if he's telling the truth about dropping her off and driving away and driving around in circles and getting to the baby shop? Because I know there's banks around, right in that same plaza. There must, and an Amstop. There must be video of him pulling into that plaza and waiting.
What do you mean? What's your question?
If you guys have found evidence of him being in front of the store like he said he was, like, it's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like, I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, the sex things happen, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
2 days after his arrest on March 1st, Madeline is still missing, and the detective once again confronts Jennifer, this time to share a troubling concern.
I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given, kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person, but her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened. It's almost become a lie.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test and whatever the you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't.
Regardless of whether Jennifer was aware of the situation, the reality remains that Madeline hasn't yet been found, and uncovering where she is and what may have happened to her is still the priority.
We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So, regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away. I can tell you, I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation. Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen.
Further review of the surveillance footage, which shows Madeline traveling with Stefan in the early hours of February 26th, leads detectives to draw a heartbreaking conclusion. They note that the slumped position, with her head leaning, is not a common sitting position, and horrifically, perhaps indicates that Madeline may not be alive. Additionally, footage captured in a parking garage shows what appears to be Stefan carrying Madeline from the front passenger seat to the trunk at approximately 9:41 a.m., the time when Stefan claimed to be meandering around while waiting for the vape store to open. Without her body, however, their conclusion is only a theory. Meanwhile, a startling admission by Jennifer will soon lead to a brutal confrontation by the detective, whose patience appears to be wearing thin.
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos.
No.
First thought you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's happening. But I'm just thinking, they're going. I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. But not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't.
You offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know.
Her replies to the details about the severity of Madeleine's assaults appear to be the final straw for the detective, as his confrontation grows more heated.
You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the did he do? Hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I was in shock.
No, it's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan.
I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being in a bad relationship. They showed you a picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That was
he
then.
can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have shown me that he's
alive. So we have to show you a picture of her dead in a car for you to finally not take his side?
Despite his theory that Madeleine is deceased, they've yet to locate any sign of her remains. If their devastating theory is correct, the question remains, what motive would Stefan have to end her life?
What do you think made him stop?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing.
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I don't want to believe he killed her. Remember when you were just telling me he wants to kill her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning? Photo you guys showed me of her slept in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the case at all.
No.
I know, my brain wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive. She's out there.
Try to keep up.
Sonic the Hedgehog 3, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. And in those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
Horrifically, a search for the medication sevoflurane was discovered in Stefan's Google account on February 12th and 14th. It's described as a volatile anesthetic that provides hypnosis and amnesia and is most commonly used for surgical procedures. An additional search was made to determine whether or not the medication would show up in tests. Still, based on what he's seen, the detective isn't willing to entertain the idea that Madeline was merely sleeping.
We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe. Right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. The kid's daytime, like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check, to make sure he did a job, or to move the body again. I don't know.
Detectives would eventually discover what Stefan was doing in Northport, along with a shocking discovery which will be revealed later. Still, Stefan has 54 minutes of unaccounted for activity in the area of St. Cloud, 9 miles from Kissimmee. Jennifer, however, claims she has no idea what he may have been doing there on the morning of February 26th.
I didn't think he ever, even knew where St. Cloud was, because we've never driven down that way ever.
And you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down St. Cloud. Ever.
Investigators continue to pry information from Jennifer, unaware of just how close they are to a major breakthrough. For now, Jennifer poses a dark and twisted theory for where they might search for Madeline.
If it were him, and I had to stash a body, I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there, there's a lot of gators.
Like I told you, it's going to come to a point where we right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day who's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. But we will find her. What you need to think about is when you find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying. I know you know that I think you prioritize Stefan, but you prioritize jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you established you were misled us, that you didn't lead us in the right direction, that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, can you warn you from jail?
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you.
At 4 p.m., just minutes after Jennifer's interrogation comes to a frustrating end, a call reaches detectives about a witness who claimed to see the suspect vehicle and a man fitting Stefan's description changing a tire near Hickory Tree Road, the location where Stefan disappeared from cameras in St. Cloud. The witness reveals the exact location where locked gates separate the road from an area of private property. The property owner gives police permission to enter, and horrifically, tucked inside a long expanse of bamboo trees, Madeline's body is discovered. She's found wearing a green-colored sweatshirt and blue jeans, and her body is covered by pieces of what appeared to be hay or dry grass. The bottoms of her socks are clean, suggesting she was carried. Records would also reveal the sickening purpose of Stefan's trip to Northport while his family slept at the hotel. According to police records, at 6:34 a.m., just after arriving in Northport, Stefan attempted to log into his Google account. It was later that Chris discovered the hard drive for Stefan's computer had been removed and placed in a bin at Chris's storage facility. He handed it over to the police, where it was found to contain over 35,000 explicit images of children. In a call between Chris and Stefan recorded from the jail, Stefan is confronted with the grim reality of a long future behind bars.
The penalty for the crimes he was being charged with carry a minimum 40-year sentence. So obviously we're going to be gone. We'll all be gone. We're sad about that, obviously, because there won't be anybody here for you when you come out.
Yeah, and I'll be lucky if I have another 40 years left for me either, so.
Yeah. I wish there was a way that, you and I can have a conversation, all of us could have a conversation to understand what's taking place, how this came about, how you arrived here, because it would help us better understand the situation, because we're at a loss for understanding how all this came about. I mean, we're just totally baffled.
Well, I didn't start it.
You didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as not starting it, but that's for another day.
Obviously, I can't get into specific details or anything,
I don't know. I think we're...
Hey, Slim, I'll show you the new toy I got. I'll show you the new toy I got. Well, it's my brother's dino. I'll show you my brother's dino. Just hang on. It's pretty cool. Give me 1 sec, I'll show you. Hold on. I'll show you it. It's a fun toy. Oh shit, go back over here. Let's go over here for a sec. I'll let that do its thing. See this guy? See this guy? Look at how ugly he is. Well, watch this. Yeah. Hey, motherfuckers. You see me? Do you see me? Do you see me? Do you see me? Come on, tell me if you can see me. I'm on a big lizard. Tell me if you can see me. Ready? Ready? You ready for it, Slim? Yeah. Okay, bye. See you later. Want to see a trick too? Watch, watch, watch. Come on, boy, pick up that speed. Come on, boy, pick up that speed. Now you can see me, now you can't. Oh, hold on. Right. Watch, watch, watch. Watch this, watch this. You still can see me. You can still see me. Bye. Now you can't see me. No, 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 no. Do, 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 do. Oh, hey. How's it going, guys? Bye, guys. Do, 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 do. This is fun. Whee! Look, I'll go underneath this trike. See ya. You can't get me. You can't get me. Na 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 na. Whee! Whee! Fuck yeah, baby. I feel the need for speed. Whee! How do you like me now? Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Ow! Come on, let me out of my gate. Oh, hey, buddy. How you going? How you going? You can't see me. You can't see me. No, you can't. Do 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 do. La 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 la. I'm playing hide and go seek. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Look at look at hey guys, hey Alpha, how's it going? You can't see me, na 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 boo boo. You can't pick on me. I'm faster than you. Do 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 do. Okay, time to hide. Come on, hurry up before they come and hurt me. Ow. Well, nobody can see me now. Now I just look like a pile of dirt. I'm a pile of dirt. See that bad guy's just running past me. He's just like, see you later. Do, do, do. Okay. This is fun. I can sit here all day and do this if I really put my mind to it. Oh no, look at he's back out of the ground. Get back in the ground. Yes. Get back in the ground. This guy moves so goddamn quick. Do 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 do. See you later. Meow 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 meow. Nobody can find me. I'm just going right past all these alphas. Bye, Raptor. You can't touch this. Nah, 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 nah. Time to hide. Come on. Go under the ground. There we go. Do 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 do. Any T-Rexes around? Nope. Okay, time to move. Oh, there's my carrot critter. Alright, time to hide. Hey, let's watch the fight. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Hey, you, mister. You, mister, that's hiding. Like, hey, hey. You wanna pick up me? You wanna pick up me? Fuck it. I'm coming out to play. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, come on, man. I'll pick on you both. Come on, let's go, let's go. Let's get in a fight. Come on, I can bury myself. I can bury myself. I'm gonna wreck that. Come here. Don't you run away from me. Hey, bitch. Hey, you. You. Alpha. Hey, you. Over there. Yes, you. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you. And I'm gonna bite you good. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Me and you. Me and you. Yeah. Come get some. Come on. Come get some. Come get some. Come get some. Yeah. Come on, boy. You're glowing red, but that's okay. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Huh? Huh? Who's gonna win? Huh? Oh, you trying to put damage on me, eh? Yeah, come on. Yeah, that's right. Just because you glow red doesn't mean you're any good. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, and into health. Let's see here. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't need any of that. And don't need that. Yeah. Nope. This guy's fun. I like playing with this guy. Let's go. Nitro speed. Weehaw! Right on, cowgirl. I mean, cowboy. Let's go up. Let's go uphill. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into. I like playing with this dinosaur, but I hate raising it. Whoa, what the fuck? Easy, big boy. Holy cow, look at him go. He's just a badass machine. And look it. Yeah, I can't find him. Oh, there he is. Hey, big boy. Hey, you. Hey, you. Get from underneath the ground. Whoa. Hello. Look at that big ass iguana. And big boy. A fat chubby bastard too. That is. Okay. Something big is out there. Fucking. Ah, shit. There's a clusterfuck here. Clusterfuck. Nope. This. Excuse me. Oh shit, I can't do that. It's full. Okay. Well then. Guess I have to empty it out. Do 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 do. Meow 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 meow. Meow. How much stone do I got left? Oh shit, I got lots yet. Okay, we're gonna go. Oh, what the hell am I doing? I gotta get back in there. Okay, okay. There we go. I gotta go get some more of that stuff. Some more dirt, or some more stone. Or flint, sorry. I gotta go get more flint. It's time to take the crazy fucking lizard out. To take that crazy lizard out again. Bird, move. I'm gonna animal abuse you. Yeah, you. Don't look at me like that. Ah, what are you looking at? Get the fuck out of here, boy. Alright. Dun, 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 dun. Whee! Hey, dude, let's go for a walk. You ready to go for a walk again? Ready? Ready? Ready to be psychotic? Damn, this guy's cool. Meow. This guy is sweet. Come on. Dive down. Dive down. Basically, what he's doing is he's eating all the stone. He's making it where I could craft shit out of this. Whoa. Hello, that is a fence. Gates. Some gates. Hey, dude. Bye, dude. You can't catch me if your life depended on it. Do 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 do. I don't know where that Therazina went. Oh, there he is. He's trying to catch me. He's like, hey, dude, come back here. I just want to kill you. I'm like, fuck no. I'm running for my life. You can't catch me if your life depended on it. Hey, where did I go? Come on, Zeno. You can't get me. Hey, look at I'm next to my neighbor. Hey, buddy. Nice tower. Hey, buddy. Let me in your hut. I need in your house. Who are you? Oh, can I get a drink of water? Yeah, you let me have a drink of water. Oh, hey, dude. It's not time for you to get from underneath there. Ooh, I want to see something quick. What can that guy do? Harvest sit-ins. Oh. Okay, I'm done visiting my neighbor. Speed! He's on crack cocaine. Look at him go. Give him some ecstasy. He's all over the map. Whee! Look at him go. He's just going. This guy's like mowing everything out of the way. Excuse me. Whee! And there's a beaver dam. Another beaver dam. I should see what's in it. And then just goddamn run away. 2 beaver dams. Watch, I'm gonna get bullied by a damn beaver. Am I gonna get bugged by a beaver? I'm gonna get bugged by a beaver. Ah! No! Damn it! Motherfucker!